Hey everyone, and welcome back to Daily Tuition. In this amazing course, you're going to learn how to create this login system with MERN Stack. We're going to build this application really from the scratch. You're going to learn how to create login, registration, reset password with email OTP verification, profile update with JWT Token, and much more. So let me first show you what we are going to build in this course. We are going to first build this beautiful login page where we have the username and the button. Now, before we log in, we need to register with this application. So click on register now. This will open the register page. I'm going to specify all the details right here. We can choose the profile as well. Select your profile, open it, click on register button. When you click on register, this is going to register the user in this application and send a mail to your email address. Specify your username, click on let's go. Here, you have to specify your password. You can see this is your username. You have to specify your password, click on sign. When you click on sign in, this will redirect you to the profile page. Right from here, you can update your profile. So let's suppose if I specify here Daily Tuition and click on update button, then this is going to update this data. So now once I update this data, now if I reload the browser, I'm going to get the same result because this data is now stored in the MongoDB database. Now just for that, if you want to log out right from this application, you can click on this logout button. Successfully log out from your application. Now let me show you how you can reset your password. You have to first specify your username, click on this button, and right from here, let's suppose that you don't know your password. You click on this recover now button. When you click on it, this is going to redirect you to the recovery page, and here you'll see the message OTP has been sent to your email. So you have to enter 6-digit OTP right inside this text box. So you have to open your email, copy this OTP. I'm using the testing email account. You can use the Gmail as well. That's upon you. Now, once we're back to the application, we can specify that OTP here. Or if you want to regenerate this OTP, you can click on this resend button. When you click on resend button, it's going to regenerate that OTP and you will get email in your inbox. Just for that, once you specify this OTP, click on recover, and this will redirect you to the reset page. And right from here, you can reset your password. So let me just update my password and click on reset button. Now the password is successfully reset. Now I can log in inside my application. Now if I try to use my previous password, then I'm going to get an error message here. But if I use my updated password, you can see now I can easily access my account. So we are creating this complete application really from the beginning. We're going to secure route, understand how to update the user only when we have the token, and learn many more. If you want, you can follow along with me from any section of this video. You have to just download this project from the link provided in the description. So before taking too much time, let's get started. So let's get started and see how to create this amazing project using React as a front end and Node as a backend. I'm going to use Visual Studio Code throughout this course. So I'm going to open the project directory inside this VS Code and create here a new directory and specify the project name to it. So let's create a new directory and name this login app. Now that's upon you. You can specify any name to this project directory. Right inside this project directory here, I'm going to create two directories. First for the client, and inside this project directory, let's create another directory with the name server. Inside the client, we're going to have the React application, and inside the server, we have the Node backend. So let's first set up the client UI and then we'll move to the backend. So inside this client, let's create a React application. To create a React application, open a terminal, enter into the login application and the client folder. Here, I'm going to execute a command called npx create React app and then specify the directory name. Because we are in the client directory, let's specify here dot and press enter. This is going to create a React application inside this client directory. It will take some time to create a React application. If you want, you can use Vite as well to create a React application. That's upon you. Now, once you have the React project, let's clear the screen. Then specify a command called npm start. This command is going to start the React development server. You can see the React application is running on localhost 3000. Now let me just toggle my VS Code just like this. Close this terminal and minimize this. And let's create the React application. So I'm going to open the app.js file, this one, and get rid of all this code because we are not using it. Get rid of this. Here I'm going to add h1 heading tag and then specify here React app. Save this and you can see I'm going to have here React app. Now just out of that, what I don't want it to initialize this React app as a Git repository. Instead, I'm going to remove Git right from the client and initialize this complete project as a Git repository. So you can easily download the front end and back end from the single Git repository. So let me open my terminal. Let me stop the development server, clear the screen, and here I'm going to say remove rm-rf and then specify here .git. So this will just remove the Git repository from this project. When I press enter, you can see this will remove the Git repo right from this project. Now just out of that, I'm going to move to my login app directory and here I'm going to say git init. Now this is going to initialize this project app as a Git directory. When I press enter, this will initialize this directory as a Git directory, right? So once we have this Git directory, let's commit all the changes first. So I'm going to say here git add, and then I'm going to add this client and server inside this Git repository. But what I want to remove and ignore these node modules from the client and from the server. So I'm going to get rid of this git add, and inside this login app, I'm going to grab this .ignore file and grab that and create that inside this login app. So instead of creating a new one, I'm going to move this file inside this login app. And just out of that, inside this git ignore, don't forget to specify here client. So you specify here client. So ignore the client node modules and server node modules folder. Just out of that, I'm also going to ignore the .env files. So I'm going to duplicate both the statement, and here I'm going to say client .env and server .env. I'm going to ignore all these files from the Git repository. Close this .ignore file and now open the project, and here I'm going to say git add and then specify here dot to add all the files inside this master branch. I'm going to press enter. So this will add all the files inside this master branch, and then I'm going to say git commit -m and then specify here initialize project. That's it. When I press enter, this will create all these files inside a Git repository. Now you can download this master branch and follow along with me from the master branch. Now let me just enter into the client directory and specify here npm start to start the development server. Now just out of that, I'm going to get rid of this complete source directory right from this client project and create a new one, because right now we have all the unwanted files inside the source directory. Let me just remove it and create a new one. So let me delete this source directory and create a new one. So inside this client, we create src and create a new file here. So inside this, we need to create index.js. This is the root file, and then we create a component. So let's create a component called app.js. And to specify styling, I'm using here index.css. So create here index.css file. That's it. We just need 3 files inside this source directory. Just out of that, inside this index.js right here, let me first add import React from React. Then we need to say import React DOM from React DOM client. Just out of that, we also need to import in the single quote, then specify /index.css, the styling file. And at the end, don't forget to import app from single quote, specify /app.js. Just out of that, right down here, you need to say constant root is equal to React DOM dot create root, and you have to create and specify your root component. So just specify here document dot get element by id. Inside this get element by id, right here you have to specify the root id. And just out of that, right down here, you have to say root dot render. You have to render that root component something like this. So we call here empty square bracket and then specify the app component. You can just get rid of this closing app component and then specify here self closing statement. Save the changes, just back to your app.js. Here I'm going to create a React functional component. So I'm going to say RFC and press enter. This will create a React functional component here. I'm using the React extension to create this component. And inside this, I'm going to say React login app. Save this file. Back to the index. Save this file as well. And restart the server. There we go. We have the React login text here. Just for that, let me initialize this project with Tailwind CSS. So I'm going to search for Tailwind CSS. Click on this first tailwindcss.com website and click on get started. Because we are using a framework, we select the framework guide and select the create React app command. Just for that, you have to install 3 libraries inside this project. First is Tailwind CSS, second is Post CSS, and third is Auto Prefixer. So I'm going to open a new terminal, enter into the project directory. So specify here cd, login app, and client. And here I'm going to execute a command. So I'm going to paste the npm install -d Tailwind CSS, Post CSS, and Auto Prefixer. I'm going to install all these packages inside my client directory. Just for that, you have to execute this command Tailwind CSS init -p. So this is going to create 2 files inside your project, Tailwind config.js and Post CSS config.js. This will allow you to initialize your project with Tailwind CSS. You can find both these files inside your client. Just for that, once you have both your files, open the Tailwind config.js. You have to paste this command. So copy it and specify that right here. Save this. Just for that, scroll down back to the index.css. Paste all these 3 commands. So back to your index.css and here paste all these 3 directly. And just for that, start the development server and paste this h1 heading tag. So back to the app and paste this h1 heading tag here. So inside this div, I'm going to paste this h1 heading tag. Save the changes and restart your development server. Once you restart it, you can see you're going to have your Tailwind CSS h1 heading tag. Now, just for that, once you have the Tailwind initialized with this React project, let's install React Router DOM module to create different routes, and let's create different components inside this project. Now, once we initialize this project with Tailwind CSS, let's create different routes inside this project. So the different routes, we specify different components. So let's first install routes inside this project. I'm going to open my bash shell, and here I'm going to specify a command called npm I for install, and then I'm going to install a library called React Router DOM. I'm going to install this React Router DOM library and create all the routes of this project. So let me clear the screen and open my app.js file. Let me close this index.js and this index.css. And right here at the top, I'm going to import an object, and inside that object, I'm going to import all the modules from React Router DOM. And from this module, I'm going to import create browser router and router provider. And inside this app.js, we're going to create the root route of this project. So at the top here, I'm going to add a command and say root routes. So at the top, I'm going to say constant router is equal to create browser router, and inside this function, we specify an array. And inside this array, we're going to have the different routes of this project. So let's create a first object, and here we specify the first route. To specify first route, specify path property and specify your route path. So this is for the root route. So we specify here /. So for the root route, I'm going to specify element. And just for now, I'm going to specify here div with root route text. Just for that, let's create the next route. To create a next route, specify here comma, copy this object and specify that here. So this will create the second route. And this is for the register page. So we specify here register and then change this div to register route. Save the changes. Just for that, inside your app right here, let me get rid of this div and convert that into main element. So we specify here main, get rid of this h1 heading tag, and here I'm going to call this router provider. So we call here router provider like this, and then I'm going to specify this router to the router property of this route provider. So we specify here router is equal to and then we specify this variable, this one, router. So this router property, something like this. Save the changes, and you can see you're going to have the root route as a response inside your localhost 3000. So now this is your root route. So you will get this div as a response. If you open the register route here, if you open the register route, you will get register route as a response. So you have different components on different routes. Now let's create all the routes of this project with different components. So instead of creating components inside the source, let's create a new folder for that. So inside the source directory, I'm going to create components folder. So I'm going to say here components, and inside this, I'm going to create all the components of this project. So let's create a component called username.js. Let me specify here React functional component. So this will create a new component inside this project. Let's create another component. So inside this components folder right here, I'm going to create register.js. Here I'm also going to say React functional component, back to the components, and create password.js component. Here I'm also going to say React functional component, save this file. Then I'm going to create another component with a name recovery.js. And then I'm going to say React functional component, save this file, create another component. Here I'm going to say profile.js. Then I'm going to create the UI of this profile page. Just for that, I'm going to say reset.js, and this component is for reset the password of the login user. Then at the last, I'm going to create a component called page not found.js, and this is for the page not found. So I'm going to just create here page not found UI. Let me close all these component files right from here, and inside this app.js, I'm going to import all the components and specify that to this path. So at the top here, let me add a command and say import all components, and we are going to import the username from from the component. I'm going to import the user component. Then I'm going to import the password from components password. After that, let's import the register from the components register. After that, import the profile from components profile. Then import recovery from components recovery file, and then import reset from components reset. And just after that, import page not found from components page not found file. That's it. Once you import all your components inside this app.js, let's use it inside this route. So for the root route, I'm using the user component. So instead of this div, I'm going to use this component, user component. Get rid of this div and specify here user component. Let's do the same for the register route. Copy this register, this component, and specify that right here. To use the register component to this register route. Just for that, let me copy and create routes here. This is for password, and for the password route, I'm using the password component. So let's copy and paste the password component here. To start that, let me duplicate this, change this password to profile, and then I'm going to specify here my profile component, this one. Write down here, duplicate this route, and instead of profile, now I'm going to say recovery. Then I'm going to specify my recovery component here. Just start that, duplicate this, then here I'm going to say reset and specify the reset component, this one. And at the last, duplicate this, and this route is for the page not found. So instead of the / specify here asterisk. So if there is an invalid route in your application, I'm going to call the page not found component, this one, right here. If you open the root route, you will get the username. If you open the password route, you will get the password, and so on. You will get all your component with this routes. Now, just for that, let's create a UI of these components one by one. So let's create a UI for the username. So I'm going to open the username.js file, and here I'm going to create the UI of this first username component. This username component is refers to the root route. So let me open the root route. So this is the username component. Let me get rid of this div and let's create the UI for the username component. Here I'm using Tailwind CSS classes to create the UI of this first username component. So let's create a div with container and mx auto class. So I'm going to say here div dot container and mx auto. Just out of that right here, I'm going to create another div and specify some Tailwind classes here. First, I'm going to specify flex, then specify justify center, then I'm going to specify item center, and then I'm going to specify height screen. And inside it, I'm going to create another div. And right inside this div, right here, I'm going to have my title. So let's create a div with the class title. And inside this title, here I'm going to have h4 heading tag with the text hello again. Save the changes. I'm going to have the result what I want. I want all my text at the center of the document. So I'm using here flex, justify center, and item center. Just out of that, to this title, I'm going to specify flex column, then specify item center. And to this h4 heading tag, here I'm going to specify class names, text 5XL, and font both. Just out of that, just out of this h4, here I'm going to add a spawn tag with some Tailwind classes. So I'm going to specify padding y4. So this will add top and bottom padding. Then I'm going to specify text XL to specify font size. Width is going to be 2 by 3. So this will specify 66% width to this spawn tag. Then specify text center to center all the text. And then I'm going to specify text gray 500. And then inside this spawn tag, I'm going to specify some demo text like this. Save the changes. You can see I'm going to have the result what I want. Just out of this div right here, I'm going to create a form. Let me get rid of this action attribute. Let's specify here a class name. So I'm going to specify here class name, padding y1. And then inside this form, I'm going to create a div. And to this div, let me specify some class names. So specify here profile, flex, justify center, and padding y4. So this will add top and bottom padding. And inside this div right here, let me add an image. So I'm going to add here img tag and specify source attribute to it. And inside this source, I'm going to leave everything as it is. And to this auth, let's specify author. Just out of this div, here I'm going to add another div with the text box class. And right inside this div, I'm going to create input type text, and then I'm going to specify here placeholder username. And after that, and just out of that, right down here, let's create a button, and this is a type of submit button. So I'm going to say here submit, and the text is going to be let's go. See the changes. You can see I'm going to have the result of what I want. Just for now, let me get it off the justify center and item center right from here. So we'll see all the results right here. So just after this text box right down here, I'm going to add another div with the class text center, and here I'm going to add padding y4. And inside this div, I'm going to add a spawn tag with a text, not a member, and then I'm going to add here an anchor tag. And here in the href attribute, I'm simply going to specify the register route. So I'm going to specify here register, and inside this anchor tag, here I'm going to say register now. And don't forget to specify some class names to this anchor tag. So specify here class name, text rate 500. Save this. Here I'm going to have the text. You can notice. Just out of that, to this spawn tag, here I'm going to specify some classes. I'm going to say text gray 500. Now, what I want, instead of using the anchor tag, I'm using a link component of React Router DOM, because whenever you click on the anchor tag, it's going to reload the browser. This is not the way the single page application works. So what we have to do is we have to import here link from React Router DOM, and you have to copy this link, scroll down, and then instead of this anchor tag, you specify here link component. just like, and instead of href, now you specify here 2. Save the changes. You're going to get the same result, but this time you are using this single page application feature. So whenever you click on this link, it's just going to redirect you to the register route without reloading the browser. You can notice when I click on this link, it's not going to reload the browser. Now, once you've done that, scroll up. Now let me specify styling to this text box. Here, I'm going to specify flex column, item center, and gap 6. Now, just out of that, once you have the HTML elements inside this username, let me specify font family, add background panel to this login page with glass morphism effect, and then add the image and add some styling to this username input text box. So I'm going to first add image inside this project. So inside this source directory right here, I'm going to create a new folder with the name assets. And right here, I'm going to put all the images of this course. Don't worry, you can download all these images from the link provided in the description. You have to just enter into the user component branch. Once you enter into the user component branch, you can download all the images of this project. So I'm going to put images inside this project, and now let me use it. So at the top, I'm going to say import author from, in the single quote, double dot / specify the assets folder, and inside that I have the image with the name profile.png, this one. Specify that name here, profile.png. Then I'm going to use this author right here, right inside the source. In the curly braces, I'm going to specify the author. See the changes? You can see I'm going to have the profile image. Just out of that, let me add styling to this username. So let me create a file inside this project to style the username component. So inside the source, here I'm going to create a new folder and specify name to it, styles or style, that's upon you. And here I'm going to create the CSS module. So I'm going to create a new file with the name username.module.css. And then I'm going to import the CSS module inside this username. So right up here, you have to say import styles from double dot / specify styles, and then import the username dot module dot css. And now you can use all your classes using this style object. Back to the username module dot css, and here I'm going to create styling of this username component. So let's create the first class with the name glass. Now to this glass class, I'm going to specify glass morphism effect. So here I'm going to first specify the background, and then I'm going to specify here RGB background color here. And after that, specify border radius, which is going to be 16 pixel. Then specify box shadow, and then I'm going to specify some box shadow values here. And just out of that, specify backdrop filter, which is going to be blur. And then I'm going to specify here 7.1 pixel. And then I'm going to specify border 1 pixel solid and the RGB color. And just out of that, let me add some Tailwind classes. So to add Tailwind classes to this class, use apply directive and then specify here border 4, border gray 50, shrink 0, height is going to be 3 by 4, it means 75%. Then specify width, and I'm going to specify here width 30%. So I'm going to specify here 30%. Now because there is no class for 30% in Tailwind CSS, I'm using here a square bracket, and inside that specify the unit. After that, I'm going to specify rounded 3xl, padding y 20, padding x is going to be 7, and min width max. So this will specify minimum width, maximum content. Save the changes. Back to the username, and using these styles, you can access this glass class. So back to the username, and to this div, just out of this flex right here, you specify class name, and in the curly braces, you specify styles dot class. Save the changes. You can see you're going to have here a class. You can notice. Just after that, back to the username. Here, let's create profile image. So specify a class called profile img, and here add some Tailwind classes. So add apply. First specify border 4, then border gray 100. Width is going to be 135 pixel. Rounded full, shadow LG, and then specify cursor pointer. Just after that, I'm also going to add the hover effect. So let's create here apply again and specify hover border gray 200. So when you hover on the image, this will change the border color of the profile image. Just after that, let's style the input text box. So create a class called text box, and here specify apply. Border is going to be 0, padding x5. So this will specify left and right padding. Then specify top and bottom padding 4. Rounded XL. Width is going to be 3 by 4. And then specify shadow SM. After that, specify text LG. So this will specify font size to this text box. After that, I'm going to add again the apply directive, and then specify here focus outline none. Just like that, let's style the button. Right down here, I'm going to say .btn, and here I'm going to add apply directives and specify here border bg indigo 500. Width is going to be 3 by 4, padding by 4, rounded LG. Text is going to be gray T, and after that specify text XL and shadow SM, and just after that specify text center. Once you have the button right down here, at the last you can create hover effect on this button. To create a hover effect on this button, I'm using CSS. So specify here button hover, and then specify here background color, and I'm going to specify here the hex background color to this hover effect. That's it. Save the changes, and now let's add all these classes to the username. So back to the username, to this image, I'm going to specify class name profile image. So copy it, and to this img tag specify class name styles dot profile image. There we go. We have the class name to this img tag. Just add that to this button, specify class name styles, and then specify the btn class name. So pass here dot btn. Save this. You're going to have the style to this button, something like that. And to this input text box, we specify this text box class name. So here I'm going to specify class name in the curly braces, specify styles dot text box. Save the changes. You can see I'm going to have this input text box. Now just after that, let me specify font family to all the text of this project and add background image to it. So I'm going to open a new tab and search for Google font. Click on the Google font website, click on fonts, and right here I'm going to choose the Poppins font. So I'm going to say here Poppins, this one. I'm going to select the Poppins font and select the regular style. So I'm going to choose this regular 400 style, select the regular 400, and here you can find the import statement. Just copy this import statement back to your project and open the index.css, and right here you have to paste this import statement at the top, and just out of that, right down here you have to specify asterisk, select all the descendant element and specify this font family, and then specify that right here. So this will change the font family of this project. You can notice. Just out of that, right down here I'm going to specify body, and to this body I'm going to specify background image. So let me specify first the fallback value. I'm going to specify background, and I'm going to specify here fallback hex value here. So just out of that, I'm going to specify a background image here, and I'm going to specify here URL, and inside this URL you specify single quote dot / specify assets, and inside that you have background png file. Specify that background png here. Save the changes. I'm going to have the result what I want. Just close this index file, close this username module.css file, and in the username right up here, as you know, I need to add justify center and item center to center this panel. See the changes? There we go. The username component is now completely ready. Once you understand how to create this beautiful username component, let me just make this component completely interactive using Formik library. And we're also going to add React Hot Toast to display all the errors and successful messages. So inside the terminal, I'm going to open the client, and inside this client, I'm going to say npm install, and I'm going to install a library called Formik, and we're also going to install React Hot Toast. Using both these libraries, we are going to validate and display errors and successful messages inside this application. Let me just clear the screen, close this terminal, and inside this username.js, right inside this component, at the top here, I'm going to say import toaster from React Hot Toast, and then I'm also going to import in the object use Formik from Formik. I'm using this Formik library to access the data of the user form, and we're going to validate that user data using this use Formik. So inside this user component here at the top, we need to first say constant Formik is equal to use Formik. I'm going to call this use Formik hook, and inside this hook, we need to first specify the initial values to the form. So we specify here initial values, and inside this object, I'm going to specify the username. Just out of that, as a second argument, I'm going to specify validate on blur false, and validate on change is going to be false. I wanted to validate the user input text box only when I click on the submit button. So for that, I use both the statement. Just out of that, I'm going to specify here comma and say here on submit. So when the user click on the submit button, I'm going to call this async function. So we pass here async values and call this function, something like that. And inside this function, just console.log these values. Just out of that, use this Formik object and then specify that to the form. So when you scroll down, here you can notice we have the form. To this form, you can specify here on submit event. So you call here on submit, and in this curly braces, you call Formik object dot handle submit. And just out of that, you need to specify value to this username when the user specify that value inside the input text box. So right inside this input text box, right here, I'm going to specify curly braces, and here I'm going to call a spread operator and say Formik get field props. And inside this get field props, inside a single quote, I'm going to specify the username, this property name, this one. I'm going to specify the same property name right here. So whenever I change and specify value to this input text box, it's going to pass that value to this username property. And we have that value right inside this initial value. Let me just save the changes. And now if I specify here example and click on the let's go, you can see I'm going to have the username with the example value. Let me just validate this input text box. So what I'm going to do is at the top here, I'm going to add another property called validate. And to this validate, I'm going to specify a function. So I'm going to create this function inside the helper folder. So inside the source here, I'm going to create a new folder with the name helper. And inside this folder right here, I'm going to create a file called validate.js. And inside this file, I'm going to validate this user input text box. So I'm simply going to first create here a command and say validate user name. And here I'm going to create a function username, and this is going to take two arguments. First is error with the default value empty object, and then take the second argument, which is values. Just out of that, here I'm going to say if we don't have values dot username, then call the error dot username is equal to, and then I'm going to specify here my error message username required. Instead of using this text, I can just display the message using React Hot Toast. So at the top, I can say import toast from React hot toast. And then instead of this string, here I'm going to say toast dot error. And inside this error, here in the single quote, I'm going to say username required, just like this. Just after that, here I'm going to say else if values dot username, it includes, so I'm going to call here dot includes. If it is include empty string, then execute this if block. And here I'm going to say error dot username is equal to toast dot error. And inside this error, I'm going to say invalid username, just like this. And at the end, don't forget to return the error object. So if we have error, only then we have value inside this error object. Once I create this function, I can reuse this function throughout this course. So I'm going to minimize it. And at the top, here I'm going to create the validate function of the username. So here I'm going to say a command and say validate login page username. And here I can say export async function, and the function name is username validate. And then here I'm going to pass values, and right here I'm going to say constant errors is equal to, and then I'm going to call this user verify function, this one. And as a first argument, I'm going to specify an empty object, and for the second argument, I'm going to specify values, this variable. Just after that, right down here, I'm going to say return, save the changes, copy this username validate function. In the username, right up here, you have to just import that. You have to say here import, and in the object, you need to say username validate from // and inside that you have the validate file. So call that username validate here, and then specify that to this validate property, just like this. So whenever you click on the let's go button, it's going to first validate the input text box and then return the value of it. Now just for that, let's display this error, this toast error, whenever there is an error inside this validation. So what we have to do is you have to copy this toaster and then specify that right down here, just out of this container. So at the top, I want the error message. So I'm going to specify the toaster here, specify the position. So position is going to be top center, and specify a reverse order is going to be false. Save the changes, and now when you click on the let's go, it's going to return the data what I want. But if you remove this example and try to submit this form without the username, you can see you're going to get this error message, username required. And if you specify here empty string and click on the let's go, you can see you have an error, invalid username. So whenever there is an error, this form won't going to execute. Instead, you will get an error message at the top. Now, once we have the user component, let's create the other components and complete this UI. Now, let's move to the password component. So right here, I'm going to specify password, and let's create this password component. So instead of creating this password component right from the scratch, I'm going to just grab all the data from the username component and specify that to the password component. Let me copy this complete file and then specify that to the password. So I'm going to paste all the code of the username component right inside this password. And then I'm going to change this username to password. Save this file, and then I'm going to have the same component right inside this password. So for that, let me change a few things inside this password. So as you know, we are not using username, we are using password. So I'm going to specify here password, copy this, scroll down, and here you can see we have to change this username to password. So start that, scroll up, and here I'm going to change this validation as well. So inside this validate right here, I'm going to create the validation for the password. So inside this validate right down here, I'm going to create a function for the password. So I'm going to say here validate password, and here I'm going to say function password verify, and inside this, let's create errors object with the default value empty object and pass values to it. And inside this verify password, let me say if we don't have values dot password. If we don't have value inside the password text box, then say errors dot password is equal to, and then say toast dot error, and inside this specify password required. Just out of that, specify else if, and say if values dot password dot includes. If it is include empty string, then specify error dot password is equal to toast dot error, and inside this error display wrong password, something like that. And just out of that, right down here, I'm going to say else if values dot password dot length. If it is less than 4, and inside this, I'm going to copy this statement, specify that here, and change this error message. Then I'm going to say password must be more than 4 characters long. Just out of that, here I'm going to say else if, and then inside this if statement, I'm going to say if the user specify a special character inside the password, only then the password is valid. Otherwise, we're going to return an error message. So at the top here, I'm going to say constant special characters, and then I'm going to specify here the regular expression, something like this. You can grab the special character regular expression from the Google as well. If you don't have any special characters inside a password, so I'm going to say here special character dot test values dot password. If we don't have any special character inside the password, then I'm going to copy this. Let me specify that right here, and here I'm going to say password must have special character. That's it. And at the end, just out of this if statement, right down here, I'm going to say return errors. I'm going to return this error object. Save the changes, minimize this, scroll up, and here I'm going to create a function for validate password. So here I'm going to say export async function password validate. This is going to take values, and inside this I'm simply going to say constant errors is equal to password verify, and this is going to take empty object and value. And right down here I'm going to say return errors. That's it. Just copy this password validate, save this back to the password. Right here, import the password validate here at the top from the validate file, and then specify that right here to this validate property. And don't forget to change this placeholder as well. So scroll down to the input text box right here. This is for the password, just like this. Save the changes, and just out of that, let me change this link. Instead of this not a member, now I'm going to say forgot password. If the user forgot the password, I'm going to redirect the user to the recovery page. So here I'm going to specify a link of the recovery component, and the text is going to be recover now. And just out of that, let me test this password component. Here, if I leave this password as it is, then I'm going to get this error message. If I add here a space and click on the let's go, oops, I think I misspelled something in the validate. Right here, I just misspelled this password. Save the changes. Now reload the browser. If I click on let's go, it's going to return required password. If I add here a space and try to click on the let's go, I'm also going to get an error message, wrong password. And if I say here admin, and if the password length is less than 4 characters, I'm going to get an error message that the password must be more than 4 characters. And if the password length more than 4 characters, and when I click on let's go, I'm also going to get an error message. The password must have a special character. So if I have here a special character like @123, then this is going to be the valid password. You can see. And now instead of typing this password every time when I submit a form, I can just simply back to the password and then specify the initial value right here. Save the changes. And now when I reload the browser, I'm going to have that initial value. So I just need to click on this button and move to the next component. Now instead of let's go, let me rename this to sign up. Here I'm going to say save this. So I'm going to have that text here. Because this is a type of password input text box, you can change this to password. But just for the example, I'm going to leave this to text. Just for that, let me just create the recovery component. So when you click on this recover now, it's going to navigate you to the recovery component. So instead of creating this recovery right from the scratch, let me copy this password component, open the recovery component. And right here, I'm going to paste all the code of the password component, just like this. Change this password to recovery. So we have the same component right inside this recovery route. Just out of that, let me change few things here. At the top, right up here, instead of this hello again, I'm going to specify recovery. And I'm going to get rid of this text right from here and specify that, and specify here enter OTP to recover password. Just out of that, I don't need this user profile inside this recovery. Let me get rid of it. And then to this class name, I'm going to specify padding top 20. Just out of that, before this input text box right up here, I'm going to add a spawn tag. And to this spawn, let me specify some Tailwind classes first. So I'm going to specify here padding by 4, text SM, text left, text gray 500. And then inside this spawn tag right here, I'm going to specify a text, which is enter 6-digit OTP sent to your email address. Save the changes. And I'm going to have this message before this input text box. You can see I'm going to create here a div and say here dot input and specify text center. And inside this div, I'm going to grab this spawn tag and this input text box. I'm going to specify this spawn and this input text box inside this division tag right here. Let me just zoom out a little bit so you'll see everything clearly. So inside this div, after that we have this button, and then just down here, instead of forget password, here we say can't get OTP. If you can't get OTP, then click on the button. So we call here button with the class name textthread 500, and then here I'm going to say resend. Get rid of this to property because to the button we don't have this to attribute. Get rid of this link, and here we have the button, just like this. Save the changes, and here I'm going to have the result. And inside this recovery component, we are not using Formik. So let me get rid of all the Formik code right from this component. Save the changes, and we're going to have the result what I want. Now, just out of that, let me change this password placeholder to OTP. That's it. Just out of that, let me create the reset password component. So if you open the reset component, then you will get the reset. So this is going to open the reset component, this one. What I'm going to do is I'm going to copy all the code from the password and specify that inside this reset component. And then at the top, I'm going to change this password to reset and save the changes. We're going to have the same component inside this reset as well. But here I'm going to change few things. So I'm going to scroll down, and then I'm going to get rid of this hello again. And here I'm going to say reset, then get rid of this text and specify here enter new password. Inside this form, I'm going to get rid of this profile picture right from here, then add here padding top 20, and then after that here I'm going to add two input text box. So let me first copy this first input text box and specify that right down here. First text box is for password and second is for confirm password. So I'm going to specify here confirm PWD. So the second text box is for confirm password. Just out of that, I'm going to change this placeholder as well. So first is for new password and second is for repeat password. Then I'm going to get rid of this div right from here. We are not using it inside this reset password, and then scroll up, get rid of this password right from here, and then specify here confirm password, this one, and the value is going to be empty string. If you want, you can specify here a password as well. So if I specify here admin @123, then I need to specify the same value inside the confirm password as well. Otherwise, you will get an error message. So to get the error message and to validate this input text box, you have to just validate that using this function. So let's create the validate function. So open the validate.js, and right here, let's create a function to validate this reset component. So right down here, let me just separate the reusable function from this export function, something like this. Here I'm going to add a comment and say validate reset password. And inside this, I'm going to say export async function. The function name is reset password validation. It's going to get values. And inside this, I'm simply going to specify this statement, this one, constant password values, just like this. And then here I'm going to say if values dot password, if it is not equal to values dot confirm pwd, then call error dot exist is equal to toast dot error. And inside this error message, I'm going to say password not match. And then at the end, don't forget to return errors, this variable. Just copy this, reset password validation. There are the changes. Back to the reset.js, and here you have to specify the reset password validation. And don't forget to import that at the top, something like this. Oops, I think misspelled something. In the validation, here we need to specify errors. That's it. The reset password is now ready. If you want, you can add some style and add some width to this panel. So if you want, you can scroll down here, and to this div, you can specify here style is equal to width is going to be 50%. And just for that, just change this text of this button to reset. There we go. So the reset component is now successfully ready. Next, let's take a look at how to create register and profile component. Now, once you understand how to create reset, recover, password, and username component, let's take a look at how to create the register component. So if you're back to the home route and click on the register now, you're then redirect to the register component. Let's take a look at how to create this register component. So I'm going to back to the password component, copy all this code right from here, close all these files, and then I'm going to open the register.js. And here I'm going to paste all the code of the password component, something like this. Change this password to register. When I save the changes, I'm going to have the password component here. Just for that, inside these initial values, inside the register component, I'm going to have here 3 input text boxes. First is for email, second is for username, and third is for password. I'm going to leave this password field as it is. And inside this username, I'm going to specify example 1, 2, 3. And then I'm going to specify here an email, a demo email. Just for that, scroll down. Instead of hello again, now I'm going to say here register. Just for that, instead of this text, now I'm going to say here happy to join you. Scroll down. And now, instead of this image, in the register component, we are not going to display the image. Instead, we are going to allow user to upload their image. So inside this division tag right here, I'm going to create a label for the image. So I'm going to leave this HTML4 property as it is just for now. And inside this label, I'm going to grab this image and specify that just like this. And just out of this label right down here, I'm going to say input of the type file. Keep in mind, you have to specify here input of the type file, and then specify here ID. The ID should be profile, and you have to specify this ID right here to this HTML4 property. Keep in mind, the ID should be same. Just for that, I'm going to specify here name, which is profile. Here I'm going to have this input text box for the password. Change this to email. Duplicate this 2 more times, and the first text box is for email, and then I'm going to specify here asterisk because this is the required field. Then I'm going to specify the username, and this is also a required field. I'm going to pass here asterisk, and this is the password. Don't forget to change these values as well. This is the username, and this is going to be the password like this. And just out of that, instead of sign in, here I'm going to specify the register button. And just down here, instead of forget password, I'm going to say already register. If the user is already registered, then redirect him to the login page. So we just specify here a / login route, and then change this text to login now, just like this. Now, just out of that, I'm going to get rid of this choose file element. So I'm going to back to the username style. I'm going to open the username module.css. Right here, I'm going to say input of the type file, and I'm going to specify here display none. Save the changes, and you can see. And let me just add some width to this register. So I'm going to back to the register and to this div right here. Let me add a style, add some width to it. Width is going to be 45%. And then if you want, you can add some top padding as well. Save the changes and reload the browser. When I click on the profile, it's going to open a window, and from here I can select the image and upload that inside my register form. But before that, I need to get the value from this input type file. So for that, I'm going to create a function. So inside this register, right up here, I'm going to add a comment and say Formik doesn't support the file upload. So we need to create this function. So I'm going to say here constant on upload is equal to async event and then return a function. Here I'm going to say constant base64 is equal to, and then here I'm going to convert the file into base64 and store that inside this variable, and then specify that variable to the state. So at the top, right up here, I'm going to say constant in the array is specify file and set file is equal to use state. I'm going to first import this use state at the top, you will notice, and then use that right here. And then I'm going to specify value to this file right inside this on upload. So right down here, I'm going to say set file and specify base64. Now, just like that, let's create a function to convert this image into base64 so we can store that image in the database. And so inside my project, inside this helper component right here, I'm going to create a new file, name this file convert.js. And inside this convert.js right here, I'm going to convert the image into base64 format. So we can store that image in the MongoDB database. And I'm going to say export default function, and the function name is convert to base64, and this is going to take file as a argument. So that right from this function, I'm going to return a new promise, and inside this promise I'm going to call a callback function with resolve and reject parameter, something like this. And here I'm going to say constant file reader is equal to new file reader. I'm going to create a new instance of file reader and specify that to this variable, to this file reader variable. And here we need to say file reader dot read as data URL, and then specify this file as an argument. Just out of that, right down here, you have to say file reader on load. So when the file is load, call this function and then return a resolve promise. So call resolve file reader dot resolve. And if there is an error, call the file reader dot on error is equal to and return an error message. So call here an error and say reject with error. That's it. Save this file, copy this convert to base64, close this file, back to the register, and at the top you have to import this function. So you have to say here import convert to base64 from // specify helper folder, and inside that we have the convert. Just out of that, copy this convert to base64, scroll down, here you have to specify that function just like this. And now because this is going to return a promise, I need to specify here await. So once you have your result inside this variable, we specify that to the set file. Once we have the converted base64 value inside this file variable, we can now use and return that file from this onSubmit function. So right here, we can simply say values is equal to await object dot assign. And we are going to create a new object. So I'm going to say here values and create a property to the values object profile. And the value is going to be the file variable, this one. So I'm going to create a new property inside this values variable. From the Formik, I'm going to return this 3 object. And when the user click on the submit button, I'm going to add one more property called profile and specify this file object data to that profile. And if we don't have anything inside this file, return nothing, just like this. So now inside this values, we're also going to have the profile property. Now just out of that, I'm going to use this file right here. If the user successfully select the file, I'm going to return that file. Otherwise, return the default avatar, just like this, to this file. And just out of that, when you upload a file, you need to call this onUpload handler function. So right down here, this input, you have to say here onChange onUpload. That's it. Back to the project, select the profile and click on open. Oh, something is missing. Yeah, I think I misspelled something here. I need to specify the file object here. So to get the file from this onUpload, you have to specify here event parameter dot target dot file. And from the files, you will get your image as a first array index. So you call here 0. So inside the files, you're going to have your multiple images. I'm just going to get the first image and then specify that to this convert to base64 function. So this function is going to convert the image into base64, specify that to the variable, and then we specify that value to the set file. And this set file is going to specify value to this file variable, and this file variable is going to change this image. Save this file, reload the browser, and now if I select the image, click on open, you can see I'm going to have my image inside this register form. And now when I click on register, I'm going to have my data as a response. Just out of that, let me add validation to this register form. So inside this validate, let's create a new function to validate the register form. So inside this validate.js right here, I'm going to create a comment and say validate register form. And inside this, I'm going to say export async function. The function name is register validate, or you can say validation. We're going to call values, and right inside this, I'm going to say constant errors is equal to username verify. I'm going to call this function username verify right here. To the default value, I'm going to pass object and pass values. Then I'm going to say here password verify. I'm going to call this password verify function just like this, and as a first argument, I'm going to pass this error variable, this one, and then I'm going to call here comma and pass values. And just out of that, I need to validate the email as well. So for that, let's create a new function. So right down here, I'm going to say here validate email. So down here, I'm going to say function email verify. I'm going to specify the default value, error, and values. Right inside it, I'm going to say if values dot email. If we don't have value inside it, inside the email property, then return error dot email is equal to toast dot error. And I'm going to return error email required. Then I'm going to say else if values dot email dot includes. If it is include empty string, then execute errors dot email is equal to toast dot error, and I'm going to return error message wrong email. And just out of that, right down here, I'm going to say else if. I'm simply going to call here a regular expression, something like this, and say dot test values dot email. So if the email is matched with this regular expression of the email, then return error dot email is equal to toast dot error. And inside that error, I'm going to say invalid email address. That's it. And at the end, I'm going to return error, this variable. And just out of that, let me copy this email verify function and then specify that right here. Then specify error object and values, this one. And don't forget to return errors. That's it. Now the register validation is now successfully ready. Let me copy this register validation, save this file, back to the register. At the top, instead of password validation, now we import register validation, and then we specify that right here. Now the register form is now successfully ready. Let's move to the profile component and finish the UI of this front end. Now, once you understand how to create this register component, let's take a look at how to create the profile component. So just back to the profile route. So I'm going to copy all the code from the register component and then specify that to the profile component. So inside the profile, I'm going to paste all the code of the register component, something like this. Change this register to profile. Just out of that, save this file. I'm going to have the same register component inside this profile route. Just out of that, we have to change few things here. So scroll down, and here you have to change register to profile. Then you have to change this happy to join you, and change this to you can update the details. Just out of that, here you have your profile picture, and then you have your input text boxes. But what we are going to do is inside this division tag right here, I'm going to create a flex box. So we create here a div with the class name, and to this div we specify flex. Width is going to be 3 by 4, and gap is going to be 10. Inside this div, I'm going to add the first name. So let me copy this input text box, specify that here, and this is for the first name. I'm going to change this to first name. Then let me duplicate this input text box right down here, and this is for the last name. I'm going to change this to last name, just like this. Just out of that, let me duplicate this div right down here like this, and get this input text box and specify that just right here. And this first input text box is for mobile. So I'm going to specify here mobile, and I'm going to get it out this placeholder to mobile number. Just out of that, let me duplicate this again, copy and paste this division tag right down here, just like this. And then inside this div, you have to just change this mobile to address, and then change this placeholder to address. Get rid of this input text box right from here, get rid of this input text box, copy this button and specify that right here. Get rid of this input text box. You're going to have the result something like this. And now what I want, instead of mobile number, here I'm going to specify address and move this button right down here. So I'm going to get rid of this division tag right from here, change this to address. There we go. Here we have the address and the button. And then instead of already register, here we specify come back later. And then we call here a button with the text logout, just like this. So if you want to log out, you can click on this logout button and log out from this application. Now, just out of that, at the top, right up here, you have to change these initial values. You have here a first name, so call here first name, then call the last name, then you have your email, your mobile number, so specify here mobile, and then you have your address. Reload the browser and you're going to have the result what you want. Just out of that, let's validate this profile page. So back to the validate, right down here, I'm going to create a command and say validate profile page. So here I'm going to export async function, and the function name is profile validation with value. And inside this profile validation, we are just going to validate the input type email. So I'm going to say here constant error is equal to email verify, pass the default value and value. I'm just going to return errors. That's it. We are just going to validate the email. Save the changes, back to the profile, import this profile validation right here and pass that right down here, just like this. Just for that, let me just add some custom styling to this profile page. So what I'm going to do is I'm simply going to create a new file of style. Inside this style file right here, I'm going to create a file called profile.module.css. And let me just import that at the top. So inside this profile, right up here, just out of this .css, right down here, I'm going to say import stand from, in the double quote, double dot / specify the styles / and then specify the profile.module.css file, this one. Save this file back to the profile module.css, and here I'm going to add some styling to this panel. So let me first add here glass. I'm going to extend this glass class, and I'm going to say here apply. Height is going to be 5 by 6 and width is going to be 5 by 6. So I'm going to specify 83% width to this glass. Just out of that, I'm going to specify profile image. So I'm going to specify profile img, call here apply and say width 40 and cursor pointer. After that, I'm going to select the text box, and this is going to be apply with 3 by 4. That's it. And to apply these properties, what you have to do is you have to back to the profile, use this extend object. Right down here in the backtick operator, just call the backtick operator and call an object. And right here you have to put this variable inside the curly braces, something like that. Then I'm going to call dollar curly braces, call the extend dot class. So I'm going to extend the classes of the previous username.css module using this profile.module file. Save the changes. So this will just extend some properties. Now just out of that, right down here, we have this profile. Let me grab this, put that in the backtick in the curly braces, pass here a dollar, something like that. Again, specify dollar in the curly braces, call extend dot profile img, this class. Save the changes. Just out of that, do the same for the text box as well. Right down here you have the text boxes, so grab it, put that in the backtick in the curly braces and specify dollar in the curly braces. You have to specify extend dot text box and do copy this class and specify that right here, right here, right here, and right here. That's it. Reload the browser. I have the result what I want. Now the UI of this project is now completely ready. Let's move to the backend and create the backend for this application using Express and MongoDB. Now, once you understand how to create the front end, let's take a look at how to create a backend for this application using Node and MongoDB. So I'm going to open my application and close all the front end tabs. Save everything. And now, instead of working with client, now we are working with the server folder. So I'm going to open the terminal, stop this development server just for now, and enter into the server. And then here I'm going to execute a command called npm and then press -y. This is going to initialize this server as a Node package. So we have the package.json file inside this server. Just out of that, you need to install a few libraries inside this project so we can create the HTTP server. So to install libraries, you have to execute a command called npm I for install and then install express to create HTTP server Then you have to install Course for sharing data between two different domains. Then you have to install Mongoose to create and connect MongoDB database. And then I'm going to install MongoDB memory server to create a MongoDB in the memory. After that, I'm going to install Muter to log every request inside the console, and then install Node1 to start the development server whenever we make changes in it. When I press enter, it's going to install all these libraries inside this server folder. Now, once you have all these libraries inside this node modules, close the terminal, and inside the server, create a new file. The file name is server.js. And inside this, let me create the backend server. So to create a backend server, you need to first say import express from express. Now this statement is going to return an error message because in the backend, you can't use import statement. Instead, you have to use constant express is equal to require and require your module. Now this is the valid statement in backend. If you want to use this import statement inside a backend, back to your package.json, and right down here, you have to add here type of module. You have to add this property to the package.json file, save this file and back to the server. And now you can use this import statement in this application. Now, just out of that, once we have this, import course from course, just out of that, right down here, you have to say constant app is equal to express. So now this is going to create a simple express application. And then you have to call here middleware. So I'm going to call here app.use and then call here express.json. After that, I'm going to call app.use course, and then right down here, I'm also going to add the Morgan library. So I'm going to open my terminal, clear the screen and say npm install and then install a library called Morgan. Now the Morgan library is used to log all the HTTP requests inside this console. So I'm going to install this library inside this project. Just out of that, I'm going to specify here import Morgan from Morgan library. And right down here, I'm going to say app.use Morgan and specify the tiny format, just like this. Just out of that, I'm also going to add here app.disable, and then inside it, you have to specify x forward by. So less hackers know about your stack. Just out of that, right down here, I'm going to say constant port is equal to 8080. And right down here, I'm going to say app.get. I'm going to make the HTTP request here. So let me add here a comment and say HTTP get request. And I'm going to make a get request on the root route and call here a callback function with request and response parameter. Something like this. And then here I'm going to say response.status. The status is going to be 201.json. And this is for home get request. After that, once we have the HTTP get request, right down here, I'm going to start my development server. So I'm going to say here start server, and right down here, just add this command. I'm simply going to say app.listen, listen to the port, and then call the handler function. And inside this handler function, I'm going to say console.log in the backtick operator, specify server connected to HTTP localhost, and then specify the port name, just like this. So now when you start your server, you're going to get your server address inside your console. Let me save the changes, back to the package.json, and right here instead of this test command, now you have to say start, and in the start you have to say nodemon server.js. That's it. Now let me open the terminal. Here I'm going to say npm start. When I enter, you can see I'm going to have here a message server connected to the localhost 8080. And now if I make a get request on this route, if I open this link in the browser, you can see I'm going to get here a response, home get request. So this is a get request we get from the backend server. And inside the console, you will get the Morgan get request console messages. Now, once you understand how to create a backend server, let's create the in-memory MongoDB server and start the backend application only when we have a valid connection to the MongoDB. Now, just out of that, once you have the backend server, what I only want to start this backend server when we have the valid MongoDB connection. For that, I'm going to create a new folder here with the name database, and inside this I'm going to create a new file. The file name is connection.js, and inside this file I'm going to have the MongoDB connection. So we need to first import Mongoose from the Mongoose module, and then I'm going to specify here async function, and then I'm going to say here connect, and I'm going to export this function. So right down here I'm going to say export default connect. Now, instead of using the real MongoDB Atlas, I'm using here a Mongo memory server. Once we finish the backend, I'm going to replace that in-memory MongoDB server with the real MongoDB Atlas URL. So just for now, at the top here, I'm going to say import Mongo memory server from MongoDB memory server, and right down here you have to say constant mongo is equal to await, and then you have to specify Mongo memory server dot create. Now this is going to create a new MongoDB instance whenever you start your server, and you have the MongoDB URI inside this Mongo variable. So to get that, specify constant get URI is equal to mongo dot get URI. So inside this get URI, you're going to have the MongoDB URL. Just for that, I'm going to say here constant db is equal to await mongoose dot connect, and then here you have to specify your MongoDB URL. I have my URL inside this get URL variable. I'm going to specify that here just like this, and then console.log a message that database connected, and after that I'm going to return the database. Save the changes, back to the server. I'm going to say start server only when we have valid connection, and then here I'm going to first import this connect. Right up here I'm going to say import connect from the database connection. Don't forget to specify the .js extension inside the backend, otherwise you will get an error message. Copy this connect, scroll down, and here you specify your connect, your function, and then call then function, because this is going to return a promise. So if there is a successful promise, we get that inside a then function, otherwise we get that inside a catch function. So inside then we call a callback function, something like this, and here I'm going to call try and catch. So we call here try and catch like that, and say console.log, and here I'm going to say cannot connect to the server, and inside the try block right here I'm going to grab this app.listen, then specify that right here just like this. So when there is a valid connection, only then I'm going to start the backend server, and if there is an invalid connection, I'm going to call this catch with error, and here I'm going to say console.log, in the double quote I'm going to say invalid database connection just like this. Now when I save the changes, right now I'm going to get here an error message, but the database is now successfully connected and we have the application running on 8080 port. So let me just remove this warning. We need to back to the connection.js file, and before this connect, right up here you have to call mongoose.set single quote call strict query true. That's it. Now when I save the changes, you're not going to get that warning. So once you have the valid backend connection, now you can move on and create different routes inside your backend server. Let's start building the very important part of this application, which is backend API. So to create a backend API of this app, let's create a new folder inside this server. The folder name is router, and inside that we have route. Inside this I'm going to create route.js file, and then inside this route.js right here I'm going to say import in the object called router from the express module, and then you have to say constant router is equal to router. You have to initialize this with the variable. Just out of this you can easily create different routes here. So I can call here post methods, then we can create get methods, and then we can create put methods. So let's create all these methods one by one. But before that, we need to export this router right from this file. So you have to say here export default router. Save this file back to the server, and at the top, right up here, you have to say import route.js file. Use this router as a middleware. So scroll down just after this get request, right down here, I'm going to say API routes. Right down here, we need to say app.use, and inside this use, we need to first specify the endpoint of all these routes. So we're going to specify here API. So every route inside this file starts with the API endpoint. Then I'm going to specify here comma, and then specify the router, this variable. Now, whenever you want to access your route, you have to specify the API prefix. Just out of that, back to your route. So let's create all the post routes. So I'm going to say here router dot route, and inside this parenthesis, we can specify the endpoint. So this is for register. So I'm going to call here register, and the kind of method we are going to make is post. So I'm going to pass here post, and inside this post, we need to specify the controller. Just for now, I'm going to specify here a callback function like this with request and response parameter, and then we're going to return response.json, and I'm going to return here register route, just like this. Now let me just test this route. Let me save the changes, open the VS Code extensions, and here I'm going to install the extension called Thunder Client. I'm going to install this extension to test the API. Once you install it, you have to reload your VS Code, and then you will find this tab here, Thunder Client. Open it and create new request. As you know, if you open your terminal, your server is running on HTTP localhost 8080. So just specify that right here. This is a type of post request. So you pass your post. Then we have this endpoint register, but this endpoint starts with the prefix API. So here I'm going to specify / API, then we specify the register endpoint, just like this. And now when I click on send button, it's going to make a post request, and we are going to have a result right here. We're going to have a status OK, and we're going to get the response back from the server. So now this route is successfully ready. So whenever I want to test my API, I'm going to use this Thunder Client. Just for now, I'm going to back to my routes and create all the routes of this project. So let's create second route. So router.route, in the single quote, I'm going to specify / and then specify here register mail. Then call here dot, and this is a type of post request. I'm going to specify all the controllers after a few seconds. Just for now, let's create all these routes. Then I'm going to duplicate these 2 more times, and then I'm going to change these endpoints. Instead of register mail, here I'm going to say authentication or authenticate. That's upon you. Then I'm going to change this to login. So this route is used for login purpose. Just out of that, once we have all the post endpoints, let's create the get methods. So I'm going to say here router.route. In the single quote, I'm going to say / user, then specify here / and specify a variable which is username. Then I'm going to call here dot get. Now because we are making get request from this route, I'm going to call here get method. Let me just duplicate this and change this endpoint. And I'm going to change this endpoint to generate OTP. Duplicate this 2 more times and then change these endpoints. So I'm going to say here verify OTP, and this is used to create and reset session. So I'm going to say here create reset session. Just out of that, once I have all my get requests, let's create a put request. Right down here, I'm going to say router.route, and here I'm going to specify the endpoint first. So I'm going to say here updateUser and call here a put method. Just out of that, I'm going to duplicate this and I'm going to change this endpoint to resetPassword. That's it. All the routes of this project is now successfully ready. The register mail route is used to send the email. Then we have the authenticate route to authenticate the user. Then we have the login route to log in the app. Then we have all the get route here. This route is used to get the user with the username. And then we have the generate OTP to generate random OTP. After that, we have verify OTP to verify generated OTP. After that, right down here, we have the create reset session. And just after that, inside is put right here to update the user profile. And then right down here, we have reset password, use to reset password. So once you understand the use of all the routes, let's create a controller for all these routes. So instead of creating a controller inside this route file, let's create a new folder inside my project. So save this file inside a server, create a new folder with the name controllers. And here I'm going to create a new file with the name app controller.js. And then inside this controller, let's create a controller for all these routes. So here you have to say export sync function. The function name is, so first I'm going to create the register controller. I'm going to call here register with request and response parameter, something like this. And inside this, I'm going to say response.json register route. Just after that, I'm going to add a comment at the top of this controller, something like this. So this controller is used to make a post request on the HTTP localhost 8080 on the API register. And this is going to make a post request with this data. Now this is just a sample data to make a post request. You can copy this and specify that inside a post request. We'll look at that later. Just for now, save this file. Just for that, let me create another controller. So copy this, paste that right here. And this is for login. So I'm going to call here login, and I'm going to add here a comment. So this is a type of post request. We are going to make a post request on this login endpoint, and we need to pass a body with two properties, username and password. Just for that, let me duplicate this, paste that right down here. And this is for the get user. And I'm going to change this to get user. And we're going to make a get request with this controller. So this is going to make this get request. So you have to specify the endpoint and the username variable value. So whenever you make a get request to get the individual user data, you have to make a request on localhost 8080 on the API user and then specify your username. So that is going to call this get user controller. Just for that, let's copy this, specify that here, and this is for the update user. So I'm going to copy this, specify that here. Let me add a comment at the top, and this controller is used to make a put request on the localhost 8080 to the endpoint update user. And with this, we're going to return the user ID and the data which we want to update. So just for the example, here we have the first name, address, and profile. Just for that, let me copy this, specify that right down here, and then I'm going to change this to generate OTP. Now this generate OTP is a type of get request, and we're going to make a get request on the endpoint generate OTP. Now this generate OTP is used to generate a random OTP and return that to the user. Now just for that, once we have this right down here, I'm going to copy and paste that right down here, and then I'm going to call the verify OTP. And this is also a type of get request on the localhost 8080 on the endpoint verify OTP. And this is going to verify the generated OTP. Just for that, let's create a controller for the create and reset session. So right down here, let's change this controller name to create a reset session. This is a type of get request, and this is going to successfully redirect the user when the OTP is invalid. So this controller is used to make a get request on the create reset session endpoint. So this controller is used to redirect the user to the reset password page only when the user have the valid OTP. For that, let me copy this, and at the end, I'm going to paste that. And this is for reset password. Let me copy this, specify that here, and this is for reset password. And this is also a type of put request on the localhost 8080 API reset password. And this is going to update the user password. So whenever the user specify a valid OTP, only then the user can update their password. So once you have all your controllers inside this file, let me just specify all this controller inside this route. So at the top, right up here, I'm going to specify command and say import all controllers. And here I'm going to say import asterisk as controller from // specify controllers, and inside that we have app controller.js. And now using this controller object, now I can access all my functions. So let me get rid of this inline function right from here and specify here controller dot register. Because I don't have the register mail controller inside this app controller, you can notice I'm going to specify that controller later. So let me just comment this. Now because I don't have the authenticate controller inside this app controller, I'm going to specify here inline function. So I'm simply going to say here request and response and say response.end. Now before this function, I'm also going to add a middleware. We'll do that later. Just for now, I'm just going to return response.end from this authenticate. Just out of that, so here I can say controller.login. Just out of that to this get username controller, I'm going to say controller.getUser. So this generate OTP. As you know, we have controller generate OTP. Then I'm going to specify verify OTP here, and here I'm going to specify controller create reset session. And right down here, I'm going to specify controller dot update user. And right down here, I'm going to say controller dot reset password. This controller, this one. So once I specify all the routes to all the controllers, let's create these controllers one by one. Now once we know that how to create all the routes of this project, let's take a look at how to create a controller. But before we create a controller, we need to define a structure of the document. So inside this server, I'm going to create a new folder and specify name to it model. And inside this model, I'm going to define the database structure. So you have to create here a file with the name user.model.js. That's upon you. You can specify any name to this file. Right inside this file, you create a Mongoose schema. So you can specify structure of your MongoDB document. So here you import Mongoose from the Mongoose module, and you have to say here export constant user schema is equal to new mongoose.schema, and this is going to define the structure of your document. So here you pass an object, and inside this object you have a definition of your. So first I'm going to create a property called username, and this is a type of string. So I'm going to pass here string. Then I'm going to say here required is going to be true, and then I'm going to return an error message when there is no value inside this username property. So I'm going to say here please provide unique username. So I'm going to specify an error message here, and then I'm going to specify here unique is going to be true. And here I'm also going to say username exists. Just out of that, right down here, I'm going to specify a comma and create a second field. The second field name is password, and this is also a type of string. And then I'm going to specify here required true, and then specify here please provide a password. Just out of that, I'm just going to specify here unique false. Just out of that, I'm going to create another object to create here email of the type string. Specify here required is going to be true, and specify here please provide a email. And then I'm going to specify the unique property to true. That's it. And just out of that, I'm going to create here first name property. So I'm going to say here first name, it is a type of string. Duplicate this and specify last name, and this is also a type of string. Now you have to notice one thing here. the first name and the last name use the camel case syntax. So you have to keep in mind that you have to use the same syntax when you create this field inside this MongoDB schema. Now, because we are using the same property in the front end, that is why we need to define the same property here inside the model as well. Just for that, here I'm going to specify mobile, and this is a type of number. So we call here a number, and then I'm going to duplicate this statement just like this. And then I'm going to create a field here, address and profile. That's it. The user model is now successfully ready. Just for that, right down here, you have to export a default Mongoose model. So you have to say here mongoose dot model, and inside this you have to specify the model name, the schema name, user, and then specify structure of it. So specify here user schema. That's it. And if you already have the user model inside your MongoDB database, then use that model or return that from this user model. So you can specify here mongoose.model.users. Use the existing model if you have that, otherwise return the new one. Now keep in mind, when you call this mongoose.models, you need to specify the plural name to the collection, otherwise you will get an error message. Now because we are creating user, the MongoDB is going to specify the plural name to this collection. So user became user. So I'm going to specify the users here, save the changes, back to the controller, and at the top right up here I'm going to say import user model from, in the single quote specify double dot / model user model.js. So I'm going to import the user model from this file, and I'm going to use that inside this register. So what we are going to do is I'm going to get rid of this response, and here I'm going to say try and catch block. Inside this catch I'm going to say return response.status 500 dot send, and I'm going to send the error if there is an error inside this register endpoint. So for that, inside this try right here, you have to get all the data from the user. So as you know, when you register a new user, you are going to get the email, the profile, password, and the username. So we get all this data from the user. So here you can call that data. So say constant. In the object, you destructure all the user data from the request.body, and you get username, password, profile, and email. You get all this data from the user when you register a new user. Just not that, once you get all this data, you need to first check the user existence. You have to say here check the existing user. You have to first check the existing user. So let's create a promise for that. So I'm going to say constant exist username. If there is an existing username, then I'm going to return a promise. So specify here equal to sign and say new promise, call here resolve and reject, and then you need to call here a callback function. Just for that, here you have to call user model, this one, and then say dot find one, and then as a first argument you need to specify the username, this one. If we already have the user, if this function is going to return the user, then reject this promise, otherwise resolve it. So I'm going to first check if the user is exist in the database. So that is why I first search for the username inside the database. So I'm going to say here username, pass your comma, and call a function with error and user. So here I'm going to say if we have error, then reject it with new error, and then I'm going to say here error object. If we have user, so if the find one method is going to find this user in the database and return that inside this user variable, then I'm going to reject the promise. So I'm going to say here reject error, and in the double quote I'm going to say please use unique username, and if the username is empty, then I'm going to return the resolve, this one, just like this. Let me do the same for the email as well. So let me just copy this And right down here, I'm going to say check for existing email. I'm going to paste the code as it is and change this variable to exist email. Right down here, I'm going to say username dot find one if the username find the email. So if I copy this email variable right from the body and specify that right here, if this returns the error, then reject that. I'm going to change this user to email, just like this. So if you find the email inside the MongoDB database, then return this error message that please use unique email. And if there is a no matching email inside the MongoDB database, just return resolve. And at the end, right down here, I'm going to call both these promises. So right down here, I'm going to say promise dot all, and in the array, I'm going to say exist username and exist email. I'm going to resolve both these promises, and then I'm going to call the then method, just like this. And before I call the then method, let me call the catch method. So inside a catch, I'm going to specify error like this and say return response.status 500.send, and in the object I'm going to return an error message with enable to hash password. And inside this then right here, I'm going to first check the user specify the password or not. So here I'm going to say if we have the password, then execute this if block. And now once you have your password, you all know you're not going to store the user password in the plain text. Instead, you convert that using bcrypt.js and store that inside a MongoDB database. So what we are going to do is I'm going to open the server. So I'm going to cd into server, and here I'm going to execute a command called npm I for install, and then we're going to install a library called bcrypt. Now this module enables storing the password as hash password instead of plain text. So whenever you want to store the user password in the MongoDB database, you need to first convert that using bcrypt. Close the terminal. At the top, right up here, you need to say import bcrypt from bcrypt. And then inside this if statement right here, you have to say bcrypt dot hash. And you have to hash the password with the salt 10. Just like that, this is going to return promise. So you get that inside then method. So inside a then, you can call hash password, and you get the resolve promise inside then method and rejected promise inside a catch method. Right down here, I'm going to say dot catch with error, and inside this, I'm going to return this statement. Copy this and specify that right here. And I'm going to change this error to just error. So I'm going to get rid of this just like this, and I'm just going to return error from this catch statement of this promise. And from this inner catch, I'm going to return this unable to hash password. And inside this then right here, I'm going to create a new model. I'm going to store the user data in the MongoDB database. So to store that, you have to first specify value to the model. So you have to say here constant user is equal to new user model, and in the object you specify username password, and you have to specify here value of the hash password, this one. You're not going to store the plain text, right? So you need to specify here hash password, then you specify the profile, this variable, and just after that you have to specify the email. Now because the name of the property and the value is exactly same, I'm not going to specify here the email like this. Both statements are identical, and you can do the same for the profile as well. But here I can store the default value with the profile because profile is not a required field of this user model. So I can specify here a default value just like this. And right down here, I'm going to return and save the result as a response. Right down here, I'm going to say user, this variable dot save. and this is going to return a promise. So call here then, and inside this then you get the result variable, and from this I'm going to return response.status, which is going to be 201.send, and I'm going to send a message, user register successfully, and inside a catch I'm going to return error, and I'm going to say here response.status 500.send error, or you can call this error inside an object. That's upon you. That's it. Your register controller is now successfully ready. Now let's test this controller. So as you know, you have to make a post request on this route. So copy this, open the Thunder client, specify the endpoint register with the post request, and you also need a data with this request. So just copy this object and then specify that right here inside a body. Right inside this body, select the JSON, and right here you have to pass this object. From here you have to get rid of this address, this first name and last name, and you just need to specify the username, password, email, and profile. Just for now, I'm going to specify empty string here. Save this, and then click on send button. When I click on send button, I'm going to get here a message, user registered successfully. So now the user is successfully registered inside the MongoDB database. To see the user data, you can simply return this result with this user message. That's on you. Now, just for that, once you understand how to register the user, let's see how to create a login inside this application. Now, once you understand how to register the user in the MongoDB database, let's take a look at how we can create a login route. So to create a login route, you need to first make a post request on the endpoint login, and you also need to pass username and password with this post request. To make the login route, I'm going to get rid of this response, and right here I'm going to say constant. In the object, I'm going to destructure the username and the password, and we get this from request.body. So when you make a post request on this login endpoint, you need to pass both these values. Just for that, here I'm going to call try and catch block. So let me first set up the catch block. So I'm going to say catch error return response.status 500.send and send the error. That's it. Inside this cry, here I'm going to say user model, this one, dot find one, and I'm going to find the user from this model, and here I'm going to say in the object I'm going to find the user with the username. So I'm going to specify here username, and if the user model return the resolve promise, we get that inside the end function. Otherwise, I'm going to get that inside the catch block. So inside this catch, here I'm going to return error and say return response.status 404.send, and I'm going to send here the error username not found. So if this returns error, then I'm going to get that error and return status 404 username not found. And if this find one is going to return the resolve promise, then we're going to get the user inside this user variable like this. And here I'm going to say bcrypt.compare. I'm going to call a function bcrypt.compare to compare user input password with the store password inside a MongoDB database. As you know, we store the hash password inside a MongoDB database. So we need to compare that password with the user plain text. To compare that, I'm using bcrypt.compare function. So inside this bcrypt.compare, you need to first specify the user password. So I'm going to say here password, this variable, and then you need to get the password from the database and specify that as a second argument. So as a second argument, you need to specify the encrypted password. So to get that password, as you know, you have this user. So you can get that password from this user object, specify here user dot password. That's it. This is going to return resolve promise, then we get that inside this then method. Otherwise, I'm going to call the catch method, and inside this catch I'm going to return error. So I'm just going to return here response.status 400.send, and in the object I'm going to return error password does not match. And just out of that, inside this then right here you can have password check. If we don't have the password check, if we don't have any value inside it, then return response.status, and I'm going to return the same error right from this then function, just like this. And instead of password does not match, here I'm going to say don't have password, just like this. And just out of that, let's create JWT token. Now let me first explain what is JWT token. JWT is a JSON Web Token, defines a token for authentication. So whenever you want to authenticate the user, JSON Web Token is going to release the authorized token so the user can use that token to authenticate the user. If you want to know more about JWT token, I have a complete video on it. You can check out that video from the link provided in the description. Just for now, let's create a JWT token. So to create JWT token, you need to first install it. So open the terminal, clear the screen. Here you have to say npm file for install and specify here JSON Web Token and install this library in this server, just like this. Clear the screen, close this, and at the top right up here you have to say import JWT from JSON Web Token. So you simply have to say here JWT dot sign, and this sign method is going to first take the payload as a first argument. As a second argument, it's going to take the JWT secret, and as a third argument we specify the expiry time. So as a first argument, let's first specify the payload. Here I'm going to specify the user ID. So I'm going to first get the user dot ID. I'm going to get the user ID from this variable, this one. And just for that, I'm also going to return the username. I'm going to say here username user dot username. And after that, as a second argument, you need to specify the JWT secret. So I'm just going to specify here secret. That's it. And then I'm going to specify here comma and specify expires in, which is 24 hours. So this statement is going to create a token and return that. So just get that token inside a variable. So see here constant token is equal to get that token inside this variable, just like this. And right down here you have to say return response.status 201 or 200.send, and this is going to return an object with message login successful. And with this message we're also going to return the username user.username and the token, this one. We're going to return all this information with this request. Now instead of this simple secret, I'm going to call the base64 value and specify that here. You don't need to specify a very simple secret to your application. So what you have to do is you have to create the base64 value inside the config file and then specify that right here. Let me show you how. Inside this server here, I'm going to create a new file with the name config.js, or you can create .env file as well. That's upon you. I'm going to create here config file. Here I'm going to say export default object. And from this object, I'm going to return JWT secret. And in the double quote, I'm going to specify the JWT secret. To generate the base64 value, I'm going to call my terminal. And here I'm going to specify a command open SSL, then specify random. So just call here rand hyphen base64 32. When I press enter, it's going to return a value. Just copy it and specify that right here. So now this is the secret of your JWT token. Copy it, save this file, and just back to your .ignore file, and make sure to first ignore this config file because we are not going to submit this file to the server. So I'm going to say here server /config.js, just like this. Close this .ignore, close this config file, and here at the top, right up here, I'm going to say import env from // config.js. And from this .env, you can access the secret variable. So just specify here env.jwt secret. That's it. Now your login route is now successfully ready. Save this file, minimize this login route. Let me show you how to test this route. So back to your new request, and here you have to first make the post request to register a new user. Now because we are using the in-memory MongoDB server, so whenever we restart the backend server, the data of the in-memory MongoDB server get wiped. So that is why we need to register the user again. So I'm going to click on the send button. It's going to register the user, and now I'm going to specify this endpoint, this login endpoint. So copy it, specify that here, and this is a type of post request. So we pass here post, and then as you know, with this login, you need to specify the username and password. So just specify the valid username and password here. So I'm going to get rid of both this statement right from here, just like this. Save the changes, and now when I click on the send button, you can see I'm going to get here a message, login successful, and we have the username and the JWT token. Now you can use the JWT token to authorize the user. Now before we move on, I want to validate the user first. So whenever we call the login route, I need to first validate the username, and after that I'm going to call this route. So for that I'm using a middleware. So at the top, right up here, let me create a middleware for the user. So I'm going to say here middleware for verify user. Right down here I'm going to say export async function verify user, and this is a type of middleware. So it's going to get request, response, and the next function, just like this. And then inside this I'm going to call try and catch block. So I'm going to call here try and catch. Inside this error, here I'm going to say return response.status 404 and send the error object with authentication error. Just out that. Inside this then, here I'm going to say constant username. I'm going to get the username value from the user is equal to, and here I'm going to say if the request dot method, if it is equal to get, then return request dot query, otherwise return request dot body. I'm going to make this middleware available for the get and for the post request. So if there is a get request, we get the data from request.query, and if there is a post or put request, I'm going to get the data from the request.body. And just out of that, I'm going to store that inside this variable. Right down here, I'm going to say check the user existence, and here I'm going to say let exist is equal to await user model dot find one, and if the user find the username inside the MongoDB database, then return that inside the exist variable. And here I'm going to say if we don't have anything inside this exist, then return response.status 404 dot send, and I'm going to send an error message that can't or cannot find user. And if this model is going to return that username, then I'm going to call the next function, this one. So this middleware is useful to verify the user. So if there is a registered user inside a MongoDB database, then this middleware is going to move to the next controller. Otherwise, it's going to return error messages. So save this file, and you have to call this verify user right inside this route. So before this login, right here, you have to call controller dot verify user, just like this. So this middleware is going to first verify the user and then move to the login route. So if there is a valid user in the MongoDB database, only then we are going to check for the password. Otherwise, we are going to return the error message from this middleware. And if I try to test this API, then we are going to get the same result. So once we understand how to make this login route, let's see how to get the user information using GET request. Once you understand how to create a login route for this application, let's take a look at how to get all the information of the user using this GET request. So if you back to the route, then you will notice here inside this get methods, we have this user, this username, and we call this getUser function. So this function is going to return all the user information as a response. To get all the data of the user, you have to make a get request on the user example 123 endpoint. So let me first create this getUser endpoint. So let me get rid of this response right from here. And here I'm going to say constant in the object. I'm going to destructure the username from the request.params. Now because inside this URL, we are going to have the value of the username. We are going to get that value inside this username variable. As you know, if you back to the route, here we have the variable username, and we specify value to this username variable when we make a get request. So when we make a get request, we specify value to the username. So here, for example, the username is going to have this example 123 value, and we get this value from the request.param and destructure that with this variable. Just out of that, once we destructure it, here I'm going to call try and catch block. Inside this catch, I'm simply going to return response.status 404.send, and I'm going to send the error. And I'm going to say here cannot find user data. Just out of that, inside this try, here I'm going to say if we don't have the username, if we don't have any value inside this username, then return response.status 501.send, and then I'm going to return error invalid username. And if we have value inside this username, then I'm going to say here user model dot find one, and then I'm going to return here username. And then as a second argument, I'm going to call a function with error and user. So inside this function, I'm going to say if we have error, then return response.status 500.send error in the object. And just out of that, I'm going to say if we don't have user, if this function won't return any user, then return response.status 501.send, and then send error couldn't find the user. Just out of that, if the statement successfully find the user, then we are going to return that user. So just say return response.status 201.send, and we are going to send the user variable, this one. That's it. Your get user is now successfully ready. Let me save the changes and back to the new request. And right now you can see inside the activity log on the left side here, we have two post requests, one for the register and second for the login. Let's use this activity log to make a request. So I'm going to select the post request for the register and first register the user. This will register the user. Once we register it, let's make a get request. So click on new request, and here you have to specify the endpoint user example 123. Now because the username is example 123, that is why we specify here endpoint user example 123, and this is a type of get request. We select get rid of this statement and save the changes. When you save the changes, you can see inside this activity log, you're going to get here your get request. And now when you click on send button, you can see you're going to have all your user data as a response. But what I don't want this password field as a response from this endpoint. So what we can do is inside this controller right down here, I can filter this value and say here constant. I can destructure the password from the user right from this variable, and then I'm going to get all the rest of the properties inside spread rest variable, and then I'm going to return this rest right from this request, just like this. Save the changes. First make a post request because we are using the in-memory MongoDB database, and then back to the get request. And now if you make a get request on this route, you're going to get the result something like this. This result is coming from the Mongos. So what you have to do is you have to create a new object and return only the JSON data. So back to the app controller, and instead of just user, you have to say here object dot assign, and assign a new object with user dot to JSON, just like this. You have to convert this user into JSON format and then assign it to the new object and then return that to this properties. Now let me just add here a command. Remove password from the user. The mongoose return the unnecessary data with this object, so convert it into JSON and then return that from this object. So now if I save the changes and do the same, if I make a post request first and then make a get request, you can see I'm going to get the result what I want. Right inside this result, I won't get the password field. So I have all the necessary data what I want. So this is what I want from this getUser endpoint. Just out of that, let me show you how to update the user using this put request. Now just out of that, let's take a look at how we can update the user using the updateUser controller with the put request. So if you open this put request, then you will notice here we're going to make a request to this updateUser endpoint, and we need to pass ID with this request, the user ID, and then we need to specify the data which we want to update. So inside this put right here, I'm going to first call the try and catch block, and in the error I'm going to return response dot status 401 dot send, and I'm going to send the error just like this. And in the try right here, I'm going to say constant ID is equal to request dot query dot ID. We're going to get the user ID from the query parameter. So just out of that, I'm going to say if we have ID, then execute this if block, otherwise execute the else block. And inside this else, I'm going to say return response.status 401 dot send, and I'm going to send the error user not found. And if we have a valid ID inside this if block, then I'm going to say constant body is equal to request dot body. So we get the data from the body and store that inside a body variable. And now I can simply update the data. So I'm simply going to say user model dot update one. I'm going to call a method of this user model update one, and then here you need to first specify the ID. So in the object, I'm going to specify underscore ID. As you know, MongoDB is going to store his data inside the ID property. So the ID property looks something like this. You have underscore and the ID. So you need to specify your ID to this property, and then as a second argument, you specify the data which you want to update. I'm going to specify this body, this variable. And just out of that, I'm going to call here a function. So I'm going to say here function with error and data, just like this. And here I'm going to say if we have error, then throw that error inside this catch block. And just out of that, just out of this if right here, I'm going to say return response.status 201 dot send, and I'm going to send a message msg record updated, just like this. The update controller is now completely ready. Let me just save the changes. We have to just open this update user endpoint. So create a new request with the update user endpoint, then select the put request, and in the query parameter right here, you have to specify the ID. So specify here ID, then the value is going to be the user ID. So just copy this user ID. But right now, I restarted my development server, so I need to register the user again, then get the user data, and then specify that to this ID. So I'm going to leave this value field as it is. Just out of that, in the body, I'm going to specify the data which I want to update. As you know, if you back to the register, right here we have this data. Let me copy this and specify that right here to this JSON, just like this. And I'm just going to update the email. I'm just get rid of all the data right from here and specify here email 1 2 3 4. Save the changes, and this is going to add my HTTP request right inside this activity log. So what you have to do is you have to first register the user because we are using the in-memory MongoDB database. Once you have the registered user, get all the data of it. Just make a GET request. So once you have your ID, copy it back to your PUT request, and in the query, you have to specify that value, the ID value. And then select your body. You have to update this email with example1234 and click on send button. When you click on send, you can see you have a message called record updated. And if you make a GET request again, you will notice this will update the email value. When I make a GET request again, you can see now you have the example1234@gmail.com. So this will successfully update the user data. If you want, you can update the profile as well. So if you back to the PUT request, and if you add here comma in the double quote profile, and you specify here base 64 image like this, save this file, click on send button, then you will get the same response. But when you make a GET request again, it will update the profile picture. So if you make a GET request, you can see this is going to update the profile. So this is going to update all your data of the MongoDB server. Now let me close all these tabs right from here. And then let me show you how to create, generate OTP and verify OTP controllers. Once you build the update user, you can notice when you make a PUT request on this route, you just need to get the ID of the user and make a request. We're only going to allow the authorized user to update their value. So we need to just make some changes inside this PUT request. So what we have to do is we have to call the middleware to this update user. We need to get the token from the user and then pass that to this update user. So when we have a valid login user, then we are going to allow user to update their value. So for that, inside the server right here, I'm going to create a new folder with the name middleware, and inside this middleware, I'm going to create a new file. The file name is auth.js. That's upon you. You can specify any name to this file. Right inside this file, we need to say export default async function. And now because this is the default async function, we don't need to specify any name to it. If you want, you can specify name to it, auth, that's upon you. And right from this function, we are going to call try and catch block. So I'm going to say here try and catch. And right from this catch, we are going to return response.status. So we need to call here request response and next function. Now because this is a type of authentication middleware, so let me call here auth middleware. I'm going to call here request response and next function. So inside this catch, I can say response.status 401.json, and in the object, I'm going to say error authentication failed. And in the try block right here, I'm going to first access the authorize header to validate request. So to validate request, I'm going to get the authorize header first. So to get the authorize header, you can call request.headers.authorization. And from this authorization property, you can get the authorized header. So when you make a PUT request, you're going to pass the authorization header right inside this auth barrier right here. So you have to first log in and get the user token, and then pass that user token right inside this barrier token. And once we have that barrier token, we get that using this authorization property. Let me show you. If I just store that inside a variable, constant token is equal to, and if I say here response.json token, save this file, back to the routes. So at the top, right up here, you have to import auth from the auth files to specify here dot / specify middleware and call auth.js. And then you have to call this middleware before this PUT request right here. So this statement is going to first call the middleware and then call the controller. Let me save this file, back to the Thunder client, and let me first register the user. Click on login route and log in the user, get this access token. So just copy it back to the PUT And inside this barrier right here, put the authentication token as it is and click on this send button. When you click on it, you'll get this response. You will get the barrier text with your authentication token. Now what we have to do is we have to separate this barrier text from this token and just get the token from this authentication. So now this token is going to return this text. So we have to just separate this text from this token. So to separate that, we can simply specify here dot split with space. Now because we have space right here, you can notice we can split both this statement and store that inside an array. So split is going to return an array. So we pass here a square bracket and pass here 1. Now because 0 is going to represent this barrier text, we're going to pass here 1. So 1 is going to return this token. So once we have the token inside this token variable, now we can move on and retrieve the user detail of the logged in user. So right down here, I can create a command and say retrieve the user details of the logged in user. To retrieve the user detail, you have to call await JWT verify function. So at the top, I'm going to first say import JWT from JSON web token. And from this, you have to call JWT dot verify and then call the token, this variable, and your authentication secret. So at the top, you also need to import env from // specify config.js file. And from the env, as you know, inside this env, you have env.jwt secret. Specify that right here. So now this is going to return the decoded token. So just store that inside a variable. Specify here constant decoded token. Once you store that inside a variable, you can just pass this variable with the request. You can specify here request.user is equal to decode token. And then you can call this decode token right here, just like this. So now let me show you what do we have inside this decode token. Save the changes. Let me do the same. So first register the user, log in the user, and specify this token in the put request right here. And then click on send button. You can see you're going to have the response something like this. Right from this decode token, you're going to get the user ID, username, and the expiry time. So what we are going to do is we are going to get this user ID from decoded token and then specify that to this update user right here. So I'm going to just copy this user ID in the app controller right here. I'm going to comment this, and right down here I'm going to say constant. In the object, I'm going to call this user ID is equal to request.user. From this decode, because we specify this decode to the user property. So when we call this middleware, we are going to create a property called user and specify this decode token to it. And now I can access this property inside my update route right here. And once we have the user ID, I can specify that right here, just like this. So now only the valid user can access this update route. Save the changes. And now let me show you how we can update the user information. I'm going to back to the register route first, register a new user, then back to the login route, login with the username and password, get this token, copy it, back to the put, specify this token right here inside this barrier token, and then I'm going to back to the body, and here I'm going to update this profile with the example1234gmail.com, and then I'm going to update this email and this profile. If I make a get request, you will notice I'm going to have example@gmail.com and don't have anything inside this profile. Now let's make a put request and update this value. Now because you get your ID from the object, you don't need to pass any query parameter, just like this. And now when I make a put request, you can see I'm going to get here a response. But what I want inside this auth, instead of this response, I'm just going to call this next function, just like this. Save the changes. This is going to restart the server. So first register the user, log in the user, get the user token, copy it, make a get request and see the data first. So here we have the email. So here we have example gmail.com and we don't have anything inside this profile. And just back to the put, get rid of this barrier token and paste the updated token here. Get rid of this ID, and in the body, I'm going to update the email and profile. Now, when I click on send button, you can see I'm going to get here a message, record updated. Now, if I make a get request again, this is going to update my value. You can see. Now, this is a correct way to update the user information. Let me close all these tabs, and just after that, let me show you how you can generate the OTP and verify the OTP from the backend application. So let's see how to do it. Now, I'm using the generate OTP endpoint only when the user try to reset their password. So whenever the user try to reset their password, we're going to call this endpoint and then generate the OTP. And then we're going to verify that OTP using this verify OTP endpoint. So let's see how we can work with both these endpoints one by one. So let's first generate the OTP. So right inside this generate OTP controller, right here, I'm going to first create a variable. And in that variable, I'm going to specify the generated OTP. Before we create this, we need to install a library called OTP generator. So execute a command called npm -install and then specify here OTP generator. Press enter. Now, once you've done that, this will install the OTP generator library inside the project. Clear the screen, close this tab, and at the top, right up here, you have to say import OTP generator from OTP generator. And from this object right down here inside this OTP generator, you have to specify here OTP generator dot generate. Now this is going to generate the OTP. So you have to first specify the length of the OTP. So I'm going to specify here 6, and then I'm going to specify some options here. So inside an object, I'm going to say lower case alphabets is going to be false because I don't want any lowercase alphabet inside this OTP. So I'm going to specify here lowercase alphabet false, and uppercase alphabet is also going to be false. So I don't need lower and uppercase alphabet inside this OTP. And just for that, here I'm going to pass comma and say special characters false. Once you specify all these 3 properties, so this statement is going to generate the OTP with the length of 6 numbers. Just for that, you have to specify here await and then store this inside a variable. So I'm going to say let OTP is equal to, and I'm going to store this inside this OTP variable. But what I want to create here the app locals variable so I can access this OTP variable inside this verify OTP controller. So I'm going to back to the middleware, and inside this auth.js right here, right down here, I'm going to create the middleware for the local variables. So I'm going to say here export function local variables. And then I'm going to call here request, response, and next function. And right down here inside these local variables, I'm going to make a middleware which create this variable only when we call the generate OTP. So I'm going to just add here request dot app dot locals. You can access the local variables using the locals property of the app. So you just have to specify request dot app dot locals is equal to, and then specify an object here. I'm going to specify here a property OTP, which is going to be null. The initial value of this OTP is null, and then I'm going to say reset session, and this is going to be false. I'm going to create here 2 properties inside this locals, and then I'm going to call this next just after this request. Just after that, I'm going to save this file, copy this local variables, open the route.js file, and at the top here I'm going to pass a comma and import these local variables from the auth.js file. And right down here, as you know, we have the generate OTP. Right here, I'm going to pass this middleware, something like this. And just for that, I also want to verify the user before we generate the OTP. So I'm going to copy this controller, verify user, and then specify that right here. Or you can first verify the user and then create the variables, something like this. So I'm going to first verify the user and then create variables and then access that variables inside this generate OTP. Let me save this file back to the app controller, and instead of let OTP, now I can simply get rid of this statement and say request.app.locals.otp. So now I'm going to access this property inside this app controller. Now because I'm going to pass this middleware this generate, I can access this OTP inside this generate OTP endpoint. Just for that, right down here, I'm going to say response.status 201.send, and I'm going to send a code request.app.locals.otp. So I'm going to return that OTP with this code property. And just for that, when you have this OTP, you can just verify that using this controller. So to generate the OTP, you have to make a GET request on this generate OTP endpoint. We will test this generate OTP after a few seconds. Just for now, let's build this verify OTP. Right down here, I'm going to get rid of this response. And here I'm going to say constant. In the object, I'm going to call code this variable from request.query. So from the request.query, I'm going to access this OTP. Just for that, once I access this OTP, I'm going to say if parse int, and I'm going to convert the OTP into number first. So I'm going to say here request.app.locals.otp. I'm going to access the same variable right inside this verify OTP. And I'm going to first convert that into number. And then I'm going to say if it is equal to parse int code, then execute this if block. And right inside this if block, I'm going to first reset the OTP. So I'm going to say here request.app.locals.otp is equal to null, and then start the session. So I'm going to say here request.app.locals.reset session. So I'm going to access this variable reset session right inside this verify OTP right here. I'm going to start this session, so I'm going to pass here value true. Now this is going to reset the OTP value, and this statement is going to start, or you can say set the session for reset password. And just for that, you're going to return a response. So just pass here return response.status 201.send, and in the object I'm going to say message msg verify successfully. And if there is an invalid OTP, I'm going to return the response.status 400.send, and I'm going to send the error with invalid OTP. And now let me just test both these controllers. Save this file. I'm using this verify middleware to both these endpoints. So whenever I try to access this generate OTP and verify OTP endpoint, I need to pass this username as a query. So I'm going to first back to the new request, open the Thunder client, and then I'm going to register a new user. So I'm going to say here register a new user. Once I register it, I can get the user information. Here I'm going to have the user information. And now I can make a new request to this generate OTP endpoint. So just copy this generate OTP endpoint. In the new request, specify the generate OTP. And this is a type of get request. And we also need to pass the query with the username. So don't forget to pass here. Username is going to be is example 123. And now if you make a request to this generate OTP, it's going to generate the OTP and return the code as a response. So if I save the changes first and click on send button, you can see it's going to generate the OTP, and we are going to have the OTP as a response. So whenever you click on send button, it's going to regenerate the OTP. You're going to have a new OTP every time when you make a request to this endpoint. Just for that, let me show you how to verify this OTP. So if you back to the app controller, here you have the verify OTP endpoint. Just copy it back to the new request, and here you need to first specify this verify OTP to the query, and you also need to specify the username. So back to the new request, right down here you have to specify code and your OTP. So just copy this OTP, specify that here, and then you have to change your endpoint to verify OTP. So just change this generate OTP to verify OTP. Save the changes and click on send button. When you click on send button, you're going to get this message, verify successfully. And now if you try to click on the send button again, you're going to get this error message, invalid OTP. This is because we are going to just reset the value of the OTP when we call the verify OTP. Now, if I comment this and comment this statement as well, save the changes, back to the new request. If I make a request again, if I register a user and generate the OTP again by clicking on the send button, then I'm going to get this OTP, right? Now, if I copy this OTP back to the verify OTP, specify the OTP here and click on send button, I'm going to get this verify successfully message. And if I click on the send button again, I'm going to get the same message. The reason behind this is right here, I just comment this statement and I just have the same value inside this OTP variable. So what I want to reset the OTP when we successfully verify it. So I'm going to uncomment this statement, and after that, I'm going to start the session. Let me show you how to use this session variable. So let me uncomment this, save the changes, and now let's scroll down and create this reset password session. So here inside this reset password session, right down here, you have to say if request.app.locals.reset session. If it is equal to true, then I'm going to just reset that value to false. And I'm going to do that right here. So I'm going to say here false. And then I'm going to add here a command, allow access to this route only once. And just out of that, right down here, I'm going to say return response.status 201.send. In the object, I'm going to send msg message access granted. And just out of that, right down here, I'm going to return response.status 440.send error. And in this error, I'm going to say session expired. So I'm only allowed the user to access this route once when the user try to reset their password. Otherwise, I'm going to redirect and restart the session right from the start. Let me save the changes. I'm going to show you how you can use this endpoint when we build the reset password UI. Just for now, I'm going to leave this as it is, minimize all the components, and right down here, let's see how to create the reset password component. Now, let's take a look at how you can reset the password of the user. So we are using this reset password controller to reset the password of the user, and we are going to make a put request on this reset password endpoint to update the value of the password. So right here, I'm going to say here try and catch. We're going to create first try and catch block, and inside this catch, we're going to say return response.status 401.send, and we're going to send the error. Just out of that, inside this try, right here, I'm going to say constant. In the object, we're going to call username and password, and we get that from request.body. Just out of that, I'm going to call try and catch block again. So I'm simply going to say here try and catch, and then inside this catch right here, I'm going to say return response.status 500.send, and I'm going to send the error as a response. Inside this try right here, I'm going to say user model dot find one, and I'm going to find the username inside the database. If we have the successful promise, I'm going to get that inside this then, otherwise get that inside the catch. And I'm going to say here error and say return response.status 404.send error username not found. Just out of that, inside this then right here, I'm going to say user. If we have the user inside this then I'm going to get that user and call bcrypt.hash, and I'm going to hash the user password. So we get the user password inside this variable. When the user reset a password, I'm going to pass that to this bcrypt hash, and then specify here salt 10. Then if we successfully hash the password, then we call then method, otherwise call the catch. And inside this catch, I'm going to return the error, and here I'm going to say return response.status 500.send, and I'm going to send an object and say error unable to hash password. And just out of that, inside this then right here, I'm going to say hash password, then specify a function here. And right here, I'm going to say user model dot update one, and then I'm going to update the user. So I'm going to first select the user with the username, and then I'm going to specify a value to it. User dot username. I'm going to get the user from this variable. Just out of that, I'm going to specify here comma, and then here I'm going to specify the updated password. So I'm going to specify here password colon hash password. So I'm going to update the user with this new password. So first argument is for selecting the user. I'm going to select the user using the username, and I'm going to update that user with this new password. And just out of that, just out of this object, here I'm going to pass a comma and call here a function with error and data. And inside this function, I can simply say if we have error, then just throw that error, or return a response.status 201.send, and in the object we call message record updated, just like this. Now this is going to update the user password. Let me just minimize it, save the changes, back to the auth.js, close all the unwanted tabs right from here, and then we're going to back to the routes, and here to this reset password, don't forget to specify this verify user. So we are going to first verify the user, and only then we are going to reset the password. So we first call the verify user middleware, and then call the controller reset password. And now let me show you how you can test this reset password. So I'm going to copy this endpoint reset password, open a new request, and here I'm going to specify that endpoint reset password, and then I'm going to select the put HTTP request, and to this reset password we need to specify the username and the password. So I'm going to back to the new request, and in the body here I'm going to grab this username and password, and then specify that right here, and I'm going to update this password. So I'm going to specify here password admin1234, and just out of that, as you know, this is going to first check for the username and then update the password, right? So let me save the changes, back to the new request. This is a type of put request, so I'm going to select put, specify the endpoint, and then specify the body with the JSON data. Save the changes, and this will add this put request inside this activity log. And now let me first register the user using this data. So let me first register the user and then get the data from the user. So I'm going to select get request, make a get request, and get the user data. So here I'm going to have the user data. Now let me reset the password. So if I'm back to the put request, to the reset password, and click on the send button, I'm going to have this message record updated. But you will notice here, anyone can reset this password with a valid username. Then why do we need to create this verify OTP and generate OTP endpoints? So what we can do is, inside this reset password, we are going to first check if we have the validation, only then the user can update the password. Otherwise, we are going to return the session expire message. So right at the top, right up here, I'm going to say if request.app.locals.reset session, and then I'm going to specify here exclamation mark. So if there is a false value inside this if statement, I'm going to return this statement just like this. So I'm going to return the status 404 with the session expire error when we have false inside this if statement. Otherwise, I'm going to execute this reset password. Let me show you the result. Save the changes, and if I back to the put and try to reset the password, and when I click on the send button, I'm going to get this error, session expired. This is because right now I'm not a valid user to reset the password. So what I want to do is, I want to first generate the OTP, verify it, and then try to access this reset password. So what I can do is, I'm going to back to the get request, generate the OTP with the valid username. So I'm going to click on the send button. This will generate the OTP. Let me copy this OTP, make a get request to the verify OTP with this OTP. And when I click on the send button, this is going to verify the OTP. And then when I back to the reset password and make a put request, you're going to get a message record updated. And this is going to update the password field. Now just after that, when you have true inside this statement, you can then specify false using this statement right down here. You can say request.app.locals reset session and specify the value false to it. So now once you have all your routes, we also need one more route inside this backend application, which is this register mail. So when you will successfully register inside this application, we are going to make this register mail request and send an email to your email address. So let's see how to implement this route inside this application. Now, once you understand how to create all these routes inside this backend, let me show you how to create this register mail route. So I'm going to uncomment this, and using this route, we are going to send the mail to the user when the user successfully register. And we're also going to send the generated OTP to the user from the mail. So what we are going to do is inside this controller here, I'm going to create a new file with the name mailer.js, and inside this file, I'm going to send a mail to the user. So I'm using Node Mailer library to send the mail to the user. So I'm going to first install that library. So right down here, I'm going to say npm I for install and install Node Mailer. Along with that, I'm going to install mailgen to generate the email. So I'm going to install both these libraries inside this backend. And just after that, I'm going to search for Node Mailer and click on this nodemailer.com website. And right from here, you can get all the documentation of this library. So what you have to do is you have to create the testing account. If you don't have your Gmail, create a transporter with all these options and then send a mail using transporter.sendMail function. And then you can get that mail inside your testing account. Now, if you want to make a mail using Gmail, then I have a complete tutorial on it. You can find that video in the description of this video. Using that tutorial, you will learn how to send mail using Gmail. Right inside this course, you are going to send a mail using just a testing account. So when you scroll down, here you have this ethereal account. I'm going to use this account to send the mail. So what you have to do is you have to open this link, ethereal mail, and create ethereal account. Just click on this create ethereal account. You can use this random email and password to send and receive mail. So just back to the Node Mailer, scroll up and back to your project. Close this file, and at the top, you have to first import Node Mailer from Node Mailer. And after that, you have to say import mailgen from mailgen. Just down here, I'm going to say import env from /config.js file. And inside this config.js, we are going to store this username and password. So just copy it back to the config.js right here, create a variable email and specify this testing email here, back to the ethereal account, copy this password and specify that right here. Save this file, close this config.js, and right down here, I'm going to call the configuration object. So here, I'm going to first call a link so you can easily create the ethereal account. So I'm going to call this link here, and right down here, I'm going to say let node config is equal to, and in the object, I'm going to call the configuration object. So if you're back to the Node Mailer, then you will find here you have this configuration object. Just copy it and specify that right here. So once you have this object, don't forget to replace these values with your env. So just get rid of this test account user with env.email, and this became env.password. And then just after that, you have to send mail using sendMail method. But before that, you need to create the reusable transporter object using the default SMTP transport. So right down here, I'm going to say let transporter is equal to node mailer dot create transport. And to this create transport, I'm going to specify this node config object, this one. So using this transporter, I can create and send a mail. But before that, let me just initialize the mailgen. So right down here, I'm going to say let mail generator is equal to new mail gen, and in the object I'm going to first specify the default theme just like this, and then specify the product. I'm using the name mail gen, and I'm going to specify the link here. Just are that right down here. Let me create my controller. So here I'm going to say export constant register mail is equal to async request and response, and call here a function just like this. And here I'm going to say constant. In the object I'm going to get the username, user email, text of the email, and subject of the email, and then we get all this information from the request.body. So when we make a post request, we can pass values to this variable. Just how that right down here I'm going to make the body of the email. So let's create the body of the email. To make a body of the email, let's create a variable where email is equal to and pass an object. Here I'm going to create a body, so specify a property called body, and then I'm going to first specify the name. The name is going to be the username, so I'm going to call here username. After that I'm going to specify the intro. I'm going to have all these properties inside this mail generator library. So I'm going to specify here intro. I'm going to specify here text, and then I'm going to specify my default value. So I'm going to copy and paste my default value here. Just out of that I'm going to specify the outro, and here I'm going to specify the hard-coded text, something like this. So if you have text and this username, then I'm going to specify that right from this body. Otherwise specify the default value. Just out of that you need to pass this email to the mail generator. So call here where email body is equal to mail generator dot generate, and call this email here, this one. So now this is going to generate a mail and specify that to this email body. And then right down here you can say let message is equal to, in the object you can simply specify from where you want to send the mail. So just specify here env dot email. So you call here your email, this variable, and then where you want to specify your email. So specify here to, and then I'm going to call this user email here. I'm going to get the user email from the user body and specify that right here. Just after that specify here comma and specify the subject. Subject is going to be this variable subject, this one. And if I don't have any subject, then I'm going to return the default value here, just like. And then I'm going to specify the HTML, and inside this HTML I'm going to specify the email body, this one. And at the end right down here you have to send your mail. So just use this variable transporter, copy this, specify that here to send mail, and I'm going to say transporter dot send mail, and then here you have to specify the message, this variable. And then you're going to call then, if there is a successful promise, call then method, otherwise call the catch method. Inside the catch we are going to return error response dot status 500 dot send, and from here I'm simply going to say error, just like this. And just out of that inside this then, here I'm going to call a callback function and say return response dot status 200 dot send, and right from here I'm going to say msg you should receive an email from us. So I'm going to get this successful message from the node mailer. That's it. Just save this file, scroll up, don't forget to copy this register mail, and back to the router, and at the top you have to just import that. So you have to say here import. In the object you call register mail from // specify controllers, and in that we have mailer.js. Let me grab this, specify that up here, and just copy this register mail and then specify that just down here. If you want to test this API endpoint, you have to just back to the mailer, and let me just add here at the top. Let me just copy a comment right from the app controller, and this is a type of post request. I'm going to select the post request, copy this comment, specify that right here. I'm going to make a request to the localhost 8080 on the API on the register mail endpoint. I'm going to specify that here, and this is a type of post request, and we are going to pass few data with this mail request. First is username, second is user email. Then I'm going to duplicate this. You can pass text and subject. So when you make a post request to this register mail endpoint, you have to pass all this data. So let me just copy this endpoint and back to the new request. Here I'm going to specify that endpoint just like this. This is a type of post request. So select post, back to the Thunder client, and then I'm going to copy this object and specify that right inside this body, just like this. And just out of that, let me save these changes first. And now when I make a post request, I'm going to get this error called envelope command API. This is because username is not a valid email. So if I specify here @gmail.com, and if I add here a text testing mail, and if I add here subject backend mail request, and if I save the changes and click on send button, then you can see you're going to get this message: you should receive an email from us. And if you back to your Ethereal account, if you open this mailbox, then you will see you're going to get this email: hi, example123 testing mail, and this is what you have from this mail. If you want to learn how to send mail from your Gmail account, then I have a complete tutorial on it. I'm going to put the link of the tutorial in the description of this video. So I hope you understand how to create all these routes inside this project. Let's take a look at how you can use all these routes inside the React application. Now, once you understand how to create the backend API using Express and MongoDB, let's take a look at how we can access this API in the React application. So I'm going to first start the React application. So I'm going to open my terminal, enter into the client directory, so cd into client, and say npm start. So this start command is going to start the client application. So now once we have the client application, now let me show you how you can access this API. So let me close all these files right from here, and now let me open the client directory, and inside this source, inside this helper folder right here, I'm going to create a new file with the name helper.js, and inside this helper.js, I'm going to make a request to the API. So here I'm going to add a comment and say make API request. And to make an API request, instead of using fetch API, I'm using here axios library. So for that, I'm going to enter into the client, and here I'm going to say npm I for install, and then I'm going to install axios. The axios library is going to allow us to make the API request. Once you install the axios library, you can just head on to this helper.js, and at the top you can simply specify import axios from axios, and just out of that, right down here you can create your functions. So let me first create here authenticate function. Let me add here a comment and say authenticate function. So right down here I'm going to say export async function. The function name is authenticate, and then I'm going to pass here username parameter, and inside this function I'm going to say try and catch, and inside a catch here I'm going to simply return an object with error, and the error is going to be the username doesn't exist. Just out of that, inside this try here I'm going to simply return the axios library. So we need to first call here await, because we need to make this statement completely asynchronous. So I'm going to call here await axios dot post, and we are going to make a post request to the API authenticate endpoint. So if you back to your server, then you will notice here for this authentication user endpoint, you have to call the authenticate endpoint. So inside this helper.js, here I'm going to call the authenticate endpoint. Now this is going to return a post with response.end. But before we call this response.end, we need to verify the user. We are using this authenticate controller to verify the user. So what we need to do is, when we call this response.end, before that, I'm going to call this controller.verify user. This one. So I'm going to call this controller.verify user. So now this endpoint is going to first verify the user and then return the successful response. And now back to the helper.js. So once you have a successful response from this endpoint, you can return that from this function. But as you know, to this authenticate, you need to return the username. So as a second argument, you specify here a comma, and in the object, you specify the username, just like this. So now this is going to return a successful promise. Just like that. Once we have this function, right down here, let me create another function to get user details. So to get the user details, I'm going to create here a function called export async function, and the function name is getUser. And in this parenthesis, we're also going to call a parameter username. But we are going to call this inside an object. We are going to destructure the username inside this parenthesis and call here a function. And right inside this function, I'm going to call try and catch block, just like this. And inside a catch, I'm going to say return error password doesn't match. And in this try block, I'm going to say await axios dot get. We are going to make a get request from this getUser function, and I'm going to make a get request to this username endpoint. So what we are going to do is, right here, I'm going to use backtick operator and specify here /API /user and the value of the user. As you know, right here, I'm using a variable. So we need to pass value here to this variable. So I'm going to specify here a $, a curly braces, and here I need to pass this username, this one. That's it. This is going to make this endpoint request. So once we have this get endpoint request, we're going to store that inside a variable. So I'm going to say here constant. In the object, I'm going to destructure a data property and return that data property. So I'm going to say return data. So using this getUser function, you can get all the details of the user. Let me create a function to register the user. Right down here, I'm going to create a command and say register user function. Here I'm going to say export async function. The function name is register user, and inside this we need to pass the user credentials. So I'm going to add here a parameter credentials. I'm going to call try and catch block, and inside this catch, let me first add return promise, and we are going to return the reject promise from this catch block, and I'm going to return error here. Just like that, inside this try block here, I'm going to say await axios dot post. From this register user, I'm going to make a post request to this register endpoint. Now because this is a type of post method, we need to make a post request to this register endpoint. So in the helper file right here, inside this post, I'm going to specify backtick operator, then specify here /API /register. Make sure the endpoint name is exactly same. So I'm going to specify here register, and after that, you have to specify all your data. So inside this variable, I'm going to specify all the data to this post request. So I'm going to pass here a comma and paste the credentials here, just like this. And just after that, this is going to return a response. So I'm going to get that response inside a variable. So right down here, I'm going to say constant. In the object, I'm going to get all the response. So I'm going to get data and status. from this request. And from this data, I'm going to destructure the message property. So I'm going to specify here a colon, and in the object, I'm going to say MSG. So when you make a request to this register endpoint, inside this controller, you will notice here, we are going to return this message when the user successfully registered. So we are going to get this property right inside this front end. I'm going to destructure this property and return that. I'm going to say let in the object, I'm going to get the username and email from the credentials. So right from these credentials, I'm going to get the username and email of the user, and then I'm going to send email. So if the user is successfully registered, after that, I'm going to make and send the email to the user. So right here, I'm going to say if the status is equal to 201. So if you're back to the API controller, then you will notice here the successful status is 201. So inside this helper, I'm going to say if the status is 201, then execute this if block. And here I'm going to say await axios dot post. I'm going to make a post request to this register mail endpoint. So inside this helper right here, inside this parenthesis, I'm going to specify / API and then specify this endpoint register mail, just like this. And then as a second argument, you need to specify some values to it. So right here, I'm going to specify an object, specify the username, then specify the user email. Now because we don't have the user email property, I can get the user email from this email variable and then specify that to this user email property. Just after that, I can specify text as well. So I'm going to say here text msg, this variable. So I'm going to specify this text to this email. And just after that, just after this if statement, right down here, I'm going to say return promise dot resolve. And in the parentheses, I will specify the message, this one. That's it. The register user is now successfully ready. Just after that, let's create the login function. So right down here, I'm going to create a comment and say login function. To create a login function, we need to export the async function with the name verify password. That's upon you. You can specify any name to this function. I'm using here a function name verify password for the login. So inside this parenthesis, I'm going to pass an object and specify here parameter username and password. We are going to get the username and password from the user and make a request. So now inside this try block, in the catch, I'm going to first specify return promise dot reject, and I'm going to reject the promise and say here error password doesn't match. And just out of that, inside this try block, here I'm going to say if we have the username, only then execute this if block. And then I'm going to specify here await axios dot post. And now to verify the user, I'm going to make a post request to this login endpoint. So I'm going to specify here in the single quote / specify API login. And after that, this login API, you also need to specify, if you back to your controller, then you will notice to this login endpoint, you need to specify the username and password. So inside this helper right here, as a second argument, in the object, I'm going to specify the username and password. Now, just out of that, this is going to return a data. So I'm going to get that data inside a constant variable, constant data, and I'm going to get this data and return it. So simply going to say return promise dot resolve, and I'm going to resolve this promise and return the data variable. Now, just out of that, once I have the login function, right down here, I'm going to create the update function. So right down here, I'm going to say update user function. Here I'm going to say export async function, and the function name is update user. And this is going to get the response. And inside this response, we're going to have the user details. Let me just add here update user profile function. Now, just out of that, right inside this function, as you know, if you're back to the controller of your backend, then you will notice here this update user is going to get the ID of the user from the token. You have to pass your token and then get your ID and then update all the profile values. So I'm going to just back to the helper.js, and here I'm going to say try and catch. Inside a catch, I'm going to first return a promise dot reject, and I'm going to reject this promise with error, couldn't update profile. And now inside this try block, I'm going to make a request to the update user endpoint. So if you back to the app controller, then you will notice here you need to make a put request on the update user endpoint, and you need to pass the user token in the header. And from that token, we're going to get the user ID and specify that user ID right to this update one function. And then you need to pass the data which you want to update. So I'm going to just make a simple request from this helper. To make a put request, you have to first get the token from the user. So I'm going to say here constant token. We're going to get this token from the local storage. So when we register the user, we're going to store the token inside the local storage, and then we get that token from the local storage. So here I'm going to say token is equal to await local storage dot get item, and inside this get item, here I'm going to say token. So once we have the token inside this token variable, I can say here constant data is equal to await axios dot put. Now this is a type of put request, so I'm going to pass here put, and then in the single quote specify / API, and then don't forget to specify the exact name of this put request, update user. So I'm going to pass here update user. Just out of that, you need to pass your data. So as a second argument, I'm going to pass the data which I want to update. So I'm going to specify this response here, this variable. Inside this response variable, I'm going to pass my updated data. Just out of that, as a third argument, you need to specify your header. As you know, if you're back to the app controller, you need to specify the header with the token to update your profile data. So with this helper, as a third argument, you need to pass here an object and specify headers. And inside these headers, you have to specify here an object again, and right inside this object, in the double quote, you specify the authorization key. So you specify here authorization, and then specify here colon, and in the backtick operator, you specify the barrier token. So you specify here barrier space, and then specify your token here, just like this. Make sure you specify space between this barrier and this token, otherwise you will get an error message. Now once you've done that, once you have a valid put request, you can get the data inside this data variable, and then I'm going to return this data. So I'm going to say here return promise dot resolve, and then inside this object I'm going to return this data, this one. That's it. Your put update user request is now successfully ready. Next, let's take a look at how you can access and generate the OTP. So right down here, I'm going to create a command and say generate OTP. Here I'm going to say export async function, and the function name is generate OTP. And inside this parenthesis, I'm going to specify the username. And inside this username, we are going to get the username and specify that to this generate OTP. Now because inside the generate OTP, I'm going to first verify the user. You can notice using this middleware, we need to pass this username, a valid username, to this generate OTP. Right here, I'm going to call try and catch block, and inside this catch, here I'm going to say return promise dot reject, and then inside the object, I'm going to call the error. Just out of that, inside the try block, here I'm going to say constant. I'm going to destructure the data from the axios library. So I'm going to say here data code, and in the try block here I'm going to say await axios dot get. We're going to make a get request to this generate OTP endpoint right here. To generate the OTP, you have to just specify this endpoint generate OTP. Back to your helper right here, this is a type of get request. So I'm going to specify here get, and I'm going to specify here single quote, specify / API and generate OTP endpoint. And just out of that, you need to pass the username as well. As you know, Here in the route, we are going to first verify the user. So we need to pass the username with this request. So pass here a comma and pass an object here. And to the params, you need to specify the username, just like this. So now this is going to verify the user first and then make the generate OTP request. And now this is going to return a response, and then we get the response and destructure this code variable. So inside this helper, right here, I'm going to say constant is equal to and destructure the data property. And inside this data property, as you know, we are going to get this code property. So I'm going to say here colon. In the object, I'm going to say code. And we can also get the status of this request. So just down here, I'm going to say if the status is equal to 201. So if this is a valid request, if you back to your controller, generate OTP, then you will notice here, I'm going to send the status 201. And if it is a valid request, then execute this if block. And inside this if block, we are simply going to send mail with the OTP. We are going to send the mail to the user email with the OTP. So I'm going to say here await and call here getUser function. Now because this getUser function is going to return the user data, we are going to make a request to this getUser function. Once we get the user details, we get the email from it and then send mail to the user's email. So to get the user data, you have to specify here await getUser, and then you need to pass here username. And this is going to return the data. So you call that data right inside here. I'm going to say let. In the object, we are going to destructure this data. So I'm going to say here data, specify colon, and inside this data, we are going to have the email property. We get that email and then send the mail. So let me first create the body of the mail. So I'm going to say here let text is equal to, in the backtick operator, I'm going to say your password recovery OTP is this code. I'm going to specify this variable, and then I'm going to specify here verify and recover password. And just out of that, right down here, I'm going to specify await axios dot post, and I'm going to make a post request to API register mail to this endpoint to create and send a mail. I'm going to specify here register mail, and then I'm going to specify the data. Here I'm going to specify the username first, user email. The user email is going to be the email variable, this one, and then I'm going to specify the body of the email. So I'm going to specify this text, this one, and then specify the subject. So I'm going to say here subject of the email. The subject is password recovery OTP. So this statement is going to send a mail to the user with the OTP. And when the user verify their OTP, he can then redirect to the reset password page. Just out of that, just out of this if statement, right down here, I'm going to say return promise dot resolve. I'm going to return a simple code. That's it. Now once we successfully generate the OTP, let's see how to verify it. So right down here, I'm going to create here a comment and say verify OTP. Here I'm going to say export async function verify OTP. And in this parenthesis, I'm going to pass an object and say username and code. We need to pass username and OTP with this function. And here I'm going to call first try and catch block. So I'm going to say try and catch. Inside a catch, I'm going to simply return the error. If you want, you can reject this with promise.reject, and then specify the error. That's upon you. Inside this try, here I'm going to say await axios.get. I'm going to make a get request to this endpoint, to this verify OTP endpoint. So inside this helper right here, I'm going to make a get request. And first, you need to specify /API verify endpoint. And just out of that, right here, you need to pass the username and code to the params. So here you pass comma and pass params in the object, and then you specify this object here, username and code. Now because if you back to the route.js file of the server, then you will notice you don't need to specify the username here. because inside this app controller, if you open the verify OTP, you don't need to specify the username. But what we are going to do is, before we make this verify OTP request, we need to verify the user. So I'm going to copy this controller, verify user, and then specify that right here. So before we make this verify OTP request, I'm going to first verify the user and then make this request. And then back to the helper. And now this is going to first get the username, verify it, and then verify the OTP. Just for that, this is going to return data and status. I'm going to get that inside a variable, inside a constant variable. So here I'm going to say constant. In the object, I'm going to get the data and status. And I'm simply going to return that in the object. I'm going to return data and status. That's it. And now at the end, let me just create the last function to reset the password. So here I'm going to say reset password. We need to say export async function, and the function name is reset password. And with this, we're going to return a parameter, username and password. And right from the reset password, I'm going to say try and catch. Inside this catch, here I'm going to return promise dot reject, and I'm going to reject with the error. And inside this try, here I'm going to say constant. In the object, I'm going to get and destructure the data, and status property is equal to await axios dot put. This is a type of put request, so I'm going to pass here put. In the single quote, I'm going to specify /API /, and then don't forget to specify the endpoint name, which is reset password. So I'm going to specify here reset password. And just after that, you need to pass username and password. So copy it and specify that right here. Right down here, I'm going to return promise dot resolve. And inside this resolve, in the object, I'm going to return data and status. That's it. All the functions is now ready. Now you can access all these functions and make a request to the backend. But before that, I need to specify the backend domain. So at the top, you have to specify here axios dot defaults dot base URL. You have to specify your server domain here. So I'm going to specify the server domain in the double quote. But instead of specifying the server domain in the hard-coded value, I'm going to create the .env file and specify my server domain there. So inside this client here, I'm going to create a new file with the name .env, and inside it, I'm going to create a variable with the capital letter react underscore app, and then specify my variable name server domain. Now, if you create a .env file in the React application, you have to prefix your variables with React app, and then you specify your variable name. So React app is a prefix, and then the variable name is server domain. Here I'm going to specify equal to sign, and then in the single quote, here I'm going to specify my server address. So I'm simply going to specify here http /localhost 8080. So now this is my server address. So if there is a change in my server domain, I'm simply going to change the value of this server domain variable. Save this file, close this file, and back to the helper.js. And right here, instead of this double quote, now I can simply specify here process.env.react app server domain. So I'm just going to copy this variable and then specify that here. Now let's see how we can access all these components inside a React application. Once we have all these helper functions, so we can make the API request, let me just use all these helper functions in the React components. So I'm going to open the username.js file. When you click on the submit button, it's going to return the username. What we are going to do is, we are going to store that username inside the central store and use that username in other components. So I'm going to open my terminal, and here I'm going to first install a library called Zustand. So I'm going to say here npm I for install and specify the library name Zustand. Now that's upon you. You can use Redux as well to create your central store. it does not make sense to use Redux inside this application because we are just going to have only one or two variables inside the central store. Compared to the Redux, Zustand is much easier to set up. So I'm using Zustand for this application. Clear the screen, close this terminal, back to the username, and inside the React application right here, I'm going to create a new directory with the name store. And inside the store, I'm going to have a file called store.js. That's about you. You can specify any name to this file. Right inside this file, you have to import create from Zustand. And right from this file, you have to export a constant function use auth store. Now you can notice I'm using here a prefix to this variable which is use. This means this is the type of hook. So you can use this hook only in the React component. Otherwise, you will get an error message. So now we're simply going to create the React hook, use auth store, and then specify a function here, which is create, this function. Now this create function is going to create a central store in the React application. So you can access the central store variable in any React component. So inside this central store, inside this create function, right here, you call another function like this. And we are going to return the data from this function. So I'm going to pass parentheses here. And inside this parenthesis, we are going to have an object. And this create is going to take an argument, which is set. Now this set variable is used to set a new value to the store. If you want to know more about Zustand, then I have a complete tutorial on it. You can check out the tutorial from the link provided in the description. Inside this object right here, let me first create the initial store. So I'm going to say here auth colon, and in the object, I'm going to specify username, and the value is right now null. I'm not going to specify any value to this username. So this is the initial store of the Zustand. Let me set value to this username using a function. So I'm going to pass here a comma and create a function here, set username. Now this is a type of action. Now if you ever work with Redux, then this set username is a type of action. Using this action, we are going to change the value of the store. So we're simply going to say set username colon and pass a function here. And in this parenthesis, I'm going to specify name. And just after that, here I'm going to say set. I'm going to call this variable set. And inside this set function, right here, inside this parenthesis, we need to return a new state. So I'm going to first get the current state and return it. So inside the parenthesis, right here, I'm going to specify an object and call the auth property, this one. And inside this auth, as you know, you have the username. So pass here colon, call an object and destructure all the other properties. So I'm going to specify here spread operator like this, call state dot auth. So if you have another property, for example, if you have here active property like this, then this statement is going to first get the other properties and update only the username property. So as a second argument here, you need to specify the username. And then I'm going to specify value to this username, which is this name variable. I'm going to specify here colon and say name. That's it. Your central store is now ready to use. Back to the username, and let me show you how you can access the central store inside this username component. So at the top, right up here, you have to say import and copy the central store use store variable, and in the object you have to import this use auth store from, in the single quote, specify double dot / specify store, and inside that you have store.js file. Once you call the use auth store, you can access this hook inside your component. So right inside this component, right down here, you can simply specify use auth store like this, and this is going to return state. So I'm going to pass here state, and I can console.log this state. So if I console.log this state, save the changes, and if I open my browser and reload it, you can see I'm going to have here auth with the username and a function set username. To access this username, you just need to access the auth variable, and inside that you have the username. So if I specify here dot auth dot username, then I can access the value of the username inside my console. Reload the browser, then we'll see I can access the value of the username. Right now I don't have anything inside this username, so I'm not going to get anything. So just out of that, once you understand how we can access the username value, let me show you how we can specify value to this username variable. So you simply need to access this function, this set username function, and then specify your value to this name parameter. So you call here dot set username, this function, and then you get this function inside a variable. So specify here constant set username is equal to, and using this set username function, you can assign a value to this auth username variable. So write down here inside this on submit, when you submit your form, let me just add here a comment and write down here I'm going to say set username values dot username. Now this statement is going to set the value to the username property. And just out of that, if you want to access the username variable, just duplicate this, call here username, and return just the state dot auth dot username. And instead of this console dot log, you just have to return the state dot username, just like this. Inside this username, you're going to have your current username value. You can display that in the use effect. So I'm going to import the use effect just like this, and console.log the username value, this one. And don't forget to import this use effect at the top. Let me save the changes. Let me uncomment this, back to the browser and reload it. Right now the username is empty. Let's suppose if I specify here username example 123. When I click on let's go, you can see, and this is the username store value. So we successfully set value to this username, and now I can access this username value in any component of this project. Just for that, let me get rid of this username property. We are not using it, and get rid of this console.log. Now just for that, when we have a valid user, only then we are going to redirect the user to the password component. So at the top, as you know, we have the React router DOM right here. You can see I'm going to just add use navigate hook right from this React router DOM to navigate the user to the different component. I'm going to copy this, and at the top right here, I'm simply going to say constant navigate is equal to use navigate. Using this variable, I can navigate the user to the different route. But before I navigate the user to the different route, I need to add some changes inside the validate file. So let me open the helper, and inside this validate right here, to this username validation, I'm going to first verify the user and then move the user to the password component. So as you know, using this user validate, we are going to validate the user input. Along with that, I'm also going to check the user existence. So here at the top, I'm going to say if the values dot username, if we have the username inside this username variable, then execute this if block, and then I'm going to check for the user existence. So I'm going to say here check user exists or not. And as you know, inside the helper.js file, we have this authenticate function. I'm going to use this function inside this validate. At the top, I'm simply going to say import in the object called authenticate from, and then specify helper.js file. So I'm going to copy this authenticate, and right down here, I'm going to say constant in the object. I'm going to get the status is equal to await authenticate, and I need to pass the username values dot username. So now this function is going to check the user existence and return the status inside this variable. And here I'm going to say if the status, if it is not equal to 200, then execute this if block and return errors dot exist is equal to toast dot error, and in the single quote I'm going to say user does not exist. That's it. Back to the username, save this file, and back to the project. Reload this project. Let's suppose if I specify the initial value example 123, back to the project and reload it, and if I try to click on this let's go, you're going to get this error, user does not exist. Currently, I don't have this user in my MongoDB database. So if I back to this Thunder client and make a post request with this register endpoint and create this example 123 client in my MongoDB database, then this is going to create a new user. And now, if I click on this let's go, oops, I think I misspelled something. This is going to make a request to the localhost 3000. We need to make a request to the localhost 8080. I'm going to back to the helper, save this file. If you console.log these values, and if you click on let's go, you're going to get your username here. And then if you change this, so let's suppose if I change this to example 12, click on let's go, you're going to get this error, user does not exist. And you'll get this error because you don't have this username inside your MongoDB database. So once you have a valid username, you can just now redirect the user to the password component. So I'm just going to use this navigate to redirect the user to the password component. So here I'm going to call navigate, in the parentheses, single quote, password / and then here you have to specify password, just like this. Save the changes. And now if you click on the let's go, it's going to open the password component. You can notice. Now just for that, once you're on the password component, let me change few things here. Let me update this password component with the backend data. Let's take a look at how you can create the password component. So what I want to display the username right here instead of this again text, and then I want to display the user profile right here. So I'm going to back to my application and let me just close unwanted tabs right from here and close this username. And just for that, I'm going to open the password.js file, and from the password.js component, I'm going to first fetch the user data so we can display the username and profile. And then when the user click on sign in, we are going to call the login route and create a token and store that inside a local storage. So first, to fetch the data, I'm going to create the React custom hook. So let me show you how you can create a custom hook in the React application so you can use that hook anywhere in any component to fetch the backend data. So inside your source right here, I'm going to create a new folder with the name hooks, and inside these hooks, I'm going to create a new file with the name fetch.hook.js. Now that's upon you. You can specify any name to this file. Just for that, inside this fetch hook right here, I'm going to first import axios from the axios library. And then I'm going to first set the base URL, something like this. We already specify the base URL in the helper.js file. I'm just going to copy and paste the same syntax here. And right down here, I'm going to say export default function. The function name is use fetch. That's upon you. You can specify any name to this function. But keep in mind, you have to specify use prefix to this function. So the React will recognize this function as a React hook. And to this use fetch, I'm going to specify parameter query. And inside this, I'm going to call the use state React hook. So I'm going to say here use state React hook. So I'm going to just import a use state from React. And inside this use state right here, inside this use state, I'm going to add an object. And here I'm going to say is loading is going to be false. API data is going to be undefined. Then status is going to be null. And server error is going to be null. So I'm going to specify this object to this state, and then I'm going to specify here constant in the array get data and set data. So I'm simply going to create this state inside this React application. Just for that, right down here, I'm going to call use effect hook. So I'm going to import the use effect hook right up here and call the use effect hook function here, something like this. And as a first argument, we call this function, and as a second argument, we call the dependencies inside the array. Inside the array, you have to specify this query, this one. And just for that, inside this use effect right here, you have to say if you don't have query, then exit from this function. And if you have value inside this query, then I'm going to create here another function with the name constant fetch data is equal to, and this is a kind of async function. So we call here async function. Inside this, I'm going to call try and catch block, and inside this catch, I'm going to return and change the value of this use state. So I'm simply going to first call here set data, this function, to set a new value to this use state. And inside this parenthesis, I'm going to call a callback function with the previous state. So I'm going to call here previous, specify here a callback function. In this parenthesis, inside an object, I'm going to call spirit operator with previous values, and then update the is loading to false. And I'm going to do the same, and then I'm going to duplicate this statement, and here I'm going to call server error. Now if you want, you can simplify this statement. Just cut this statement right from here and pass the server error here. You just have to specify server error and just get rid of this statement. Now just for that, inside this try, we need to first say set data, and inside this set data, I'm going to copy this complete statement. So I'm just going to copy this set data, specify that right here, and I'm going to make this is loading true and get rid of this server error property, just like this. So when there is a valid request, I'm going to make is loading true, and after that, right down here, I'm going to make a request. So I'm going to say constant in the object data and status. I'm going to get these variables from await axios dot get request, and say /API $$ curly braces query. So now you can specify any endpoint to this use fetch query and get your data. Now just for that, once you get your data and status inside this variable, right down here, you can say if the status is equal to 201, then execute this if block. And then I'm going to copy this set data, specify that here, and this time I'm going to change this is loading to false. And after that, I'm going to duplicate this statement again and change this property. And here I'm going to say API data is going to be data, this variable. And just after that, I'm going to specify comma here and say status is going to be the status variable, this one. And then if the status is not equal to 201, then I'm going to copy this set data and specify that here. Now just for that, you have to call this fetch data right down here inside this use effect, and at the end you have to return this get data and set data, so you can change the value of your use state from this use fetch. So right down here, just after this use fetch, you have to return get data and set data. Your custom hook is now ready. So let me add here a comment and say custom hook back to the password, and now you can access this custom hook from this file. So at the top right up here, you can say import use fetch from the hook fetch.hook file. Copy this use fetch, and right down here inside the password, you can call that use fetch, and then you can specify the endpoint. So what I want to get the user data from the API. So to specify endpoint, I'm simply going to pass here backtick operator, then specify /user and the username. As you know, we don't have username inside this password component, but if you can notice, inside the user.js file, we set the username to the central store, and we can access the username using this use auth Zustand central store. So to access this, just copy this back to the password, import the use auth store central store inside the password, and right down here you can say use auth store, return state, and from the state I want state.auth, and this auth is going to return a username. So I'm going to destructure that username inside this object, just like this. And once we have the username, I can get the data of the username by passing it to this endpoint. So here I'm going to copy this and pass here object and pass the username, just like this. Now this use fetch is going to return the data. So I'm going to get that data inside an array, because we just return here an array, and inside this data we're going to have this object. So to get this object right here, to this use fetch, I'm going to specify equal to sign and specify here constant. In the array, in the object, we need to say is loading, comma, API data and server error. So I'm going to destructure all these properties inside this password. If you want, you can destructure this status property as well. That's upon you. I'm going to leave this property as it is. And just after that, right down here, I'm going to say if isLoading is true, then display the isLoading message. So here I'm going to say if you have true inside this isLoading, then return division tag with isLoading message. Or you can simply call here h1 heading tag like this with some Tailwind classes. You can specify here class name, text to Excel and text bold. So if you have true inside this isLoading, it's going to display this isLoading message. And just out of that, right down here, I'm going to say if you have error inside this server error, then just going to return that. So specify here return. In the h1 heading tag, I'm going to specify server error dot message. And then I'm going to change the color of this h1 heading tag. I'm going to specify here class name, text Excel, and then specify here text red 500. And then if this is a valid request, then you will get that data inside this API data variable. And once you have that data, you can specify that data to your component. So just out of that, scroll down, and instead of this again, right here, I'm going to get rid of this, pass here curly braces, and here I can say API data dot first name. I'm going to access the data from the backend, and with this API data, you're going to get the first name property. But this is going to return an error because this statement is going to take some time to load the data. So you need to pass here a question mark. So execute this statement only when we have this property. Otherwise, don't execute anything. Just out of that, if the user don't have the first name, then call its username. Then specify API data question mark dot username. I'm going to display the username value instead of the first name. Just out of that, if the user have profile, then I'm going to display that profile right here inside this image. So here I'm going to first specify the API data question mark dot profile. If the user have profile, then display it. Otherwise, display the fallback value author. That's it. Just save the changes, back to the project, and right now you're going to get an error message because inside this username, right now you don't have anything. And now what you have to do is you have to back to your root route, open the username component, and register a new user with the username, profile, and all the other fields. So just back to the Thunder client, I'm going to create a new user with the username, password, email, and with the profile image. And inside this profile image, I'm going to put the base64 format of the image. So you can see the result right inside the password component. So I'm going to just pass the base64 format of the image right here. Let me save the changes, click on send button. It's going to store the data inside the MongoDB database with the profile image. Just for that, let's back to the password.js. And now when you click on let's go, this is going to return user does not exist because now you have the username 1234. So right here, I'm going to specify 4 and click on let's go. You can see you're going to have your profile and the username. Now this is just a demo profile image. I'm going to replace this profile image with the user profile. Once you have the username and profile, now you can click on sign in button and create a user sign in. But before that, let me show you how you can create the register component. So I'm going to back to my username and click on this register now. And now let me first show you how you can register the user with the profile image. Now let's take a look at how you can register the user. As you know, we already have the register component inside the React application. So if you back to the register component, if you open the register.js file, then you will notice here register component is going to return 3 values: email, username, and password. And we are going to append another property called profile with these initial values. So now when you click on register, just going to return the email, password, and you don't have anything inside this profile, and the username. And now if you select the user profile, let's suppose if I select this user profile, and now if you click on this register, you can see you're going to have some values here. You have your email, password, your profile, and the username. Now what you have to do is you have to pass this object to the registered user helper function. So if you're back to the helper function, then you will notice here you have here a function called register user. You have to just pass all these credentials to this register user helper function. So back to your register.js, and right here inside this on submit at the top, don't forget to first import this helper function register user. So right here you have to say import in the object called register user from // specify helper folder, and inside that you have helper.js file, and just after that you have to copy this register user and specify that right here. And now because this is the asynchronous function, you can call here await as well. But before that, I'm going to specify here parentheses and pass all the values of the form. So I'm just going to pass these values right here. Now this values is going to return this object, and inside this object we're going to have email, password, profile, and username, and we're going to pass all this data to the register user. Now this function is going to convert the image into base64 format and then specify that value to the file variable, and then we specify that value to the profile, assign a new property to the values, and then specify that values to this register user. Just after that, I also want to add a toast inside this register component. So when there is a successful registration, I'm going to display that React hot toast. So at the top, before this toaster, right up here, I'm going to specify here toast, and I'm going to copy this toast, scroll down, and here I'm going to say toast dot promise, and inside this promise you have to specify your register promise. You have to store this register user right inside the promise. Let register promise is equal to, and right here you have to call this register promise, and then pass here a comma, and in the object you can specify loading creating text, then you specify the success text, which is success, and in the bold tag here I'm going to say register successfully, and if there is an error, we call here a property called error, and in the bold here we specify could not register, just like this. That's it. Let me save the changes, back to the project, and reload it. Now we already have some default values to these input text boxes. If you want, you can specify your own values here. That's upon you. Let me choose this image and click on this register button. When I click on the register button, you can see I'm going to have this toast here, creating register successfully, and this is going to register the user in my MongoDB database. So if you back to the home route and specify your username and click on let's go, you can see you're going to have your username and your profile picture. Now just out of that, once the user successfully registered, we are going to navigate the user to the home route. So at the top, we need to import, right up here, we need to import the use navigate, and I'm going to call this use navigate right here. I'm going to say use navigate constant navigate is equal to, and using this navigate variable we can redirect the user to home route. So here I'm going to say register promise dot then, and then call here a function just like this, and here I'm going to say navigate to the home route when there is a successful registration. Save this file. Let me restart my backend server just like this, and now let me back to the register page. Let me select the profile image, and when I register the user, I'm going to have this creating React hot toast, and when there is a successful registration, we are now navigated to the home route. From here we can specify the username, click on let's go, and now we can work on this password component. Now what I want to verify the user password and then redirect the user to the profile component. So let's see how to do it. Let's take a look at how you can work with the password component. Here I'm going to specify the user password and click on sign in button. Once the user successfully sign in, we are going to redirect the user to the profile component. So let's back to the password.js, and right here inside this onSubmit, I'm going to call a function verify password. If you back to the helper.js, then you will notice here we are using this verify password helper function to make a login. So I'm going to copy this verify password back to the password.js. At the top, right up here, I'm going to say import. In the object, I'm going to call verify password from, in the single quote, double dot / specify the helper / helper. And just after that, you have to create a promise, call a toast, and then navigate the user to the profile component. So inside the password, right here, I'm going to copy this verify password, scroll down, and you have your password value inside this values variable. Get rid of it. Here, I'm going to say let login promise is equal to verify password, and this verify password is going to take few arguments. First is a username and a password. So as you know, you have your username inside this variable, this username variable. I'm going to copy this and pass that right here. And just after that, you have your password inside this values dot password. So I'm simply going to call here a comma and say password values dot password. And just after that, at the top, you have to first call your toast. Right here, you call toast, copy this toast, scroll down. Here we call the toast dot promise, and inside this promise you call this login promise, pass here a comma, and as a second argument you pass an object, and here you call loading message, checking for the success message. You're going to call a bold login successfully, just like this, and for the error you're going to return a bold message, password not match. And just after that, once you successfully log in, you can call login promise, this one dot then, and inside this then you call a response variable, and inside this response variable you're going to have your data, and from the data I'm going to get the token, the user token. So this verify password is going to return the register token. I'm going to get that token from response dot data variable, and inside this data we're going to have the token variable. To get that, specify let. In the object, you can access this token variable. So I'm going to just destructure the token variable from the response dot data, and then I'm going to store this in the local storage. So call local storage dot set item, and as a first argument, call token, the key name, and the value token, this one. Now keep in mind, you have to specify token as a key name right inside this local storage. Now this is going to create a token and store that inside a local storage. If you back to the helper.js file, then you will notice inside this updateUser right here, I just use here local storage dot get item, and I'm going to access the user token from the local storage. So when the user successfully log in, we are going to store the user token inside the local storage, and then we're going to redirect the user to the profile component. So at the top, right up here, I'm going to first import here, use navigate, copy this, specify that right here, and then say here constant navigate is equal to, copy this navigate, scroll down. Here I'm going to call the navigate and navigate the user to the profile component. That's it. The user login is now successfully ready. Now, when you click on let's go, it's going to navigate you to the password component. And if you open the browser and open the application tab, right down here, inside this local storage, you don't have anything right now here. But when you click on sign in, you can see you're going to get here a message, login successfully, and this is going to create a token inside this local storage. Now we are using this token to authorize the user. Let's see how you can update the user details using updateUser helper function. Once you understand how to register and log in the user, let me show you how you can display all the information of the user inside this profile page and update the profile when you click on this update button. So we're going to first back to the password.js, and right here I have all the code of the profile.js file. So open the profile.js, back to the password component, close all these unwanted files right from here. Then I'm going to copy this useFetch right from here and paste that right inside this profile. Then I'm going to back to the password. Don't forget to import this. So just copy this useFetch import statement and specify that right here. Now once you have the import statement, this is going to return the data to these variables. And inside this is loading, you have the loading message. Inside this API data, you have the user data. And inside this server error, you have the error messages. So just back to the password, scroll down, copy both these statements, specify that right inside this password before this return statement right up here. Now you can get the data from the backend. So just grab this API data, scroll down, and here you can specify the API data dot profile. Use the backend profile if you have that, otherwise use the current file profile, or use the fallback value author. That's it. Back to the profile, and then you can see I don't have the username inside this profile component. So what we have to do is we have to scroll up and back to the password, scroll up, copy the statement, paste that right here, and you have to just import this auth right up here inside the profile, just like this. So once you have the auth variable username, we're going to pass that username right here. You can see you're going to have your profile picture inside this profile component. Just out of that, let me display all the user data right inside these text boxes. So right down here, instead of this empty string, I can specify the user data here. So here I can say API data dot first name. And if we don't have this value, then fall back with this empty string. Do the same for all the properties. So copy this, specify that here, and get rid of this first name and change this to last name. Then do the same for this email as well. So I'm going to get rid of this hard-coded value, specify here the email, and specify the fallback value, nothing. Just out of that, for the mobile, I'm going to do the same, and I'm going to change this property to mobile. The fallback value is going to be empty string. And at the end, I'm going to do the same for the address as well. So here I'm going to say address, just like this. Back to the profile and reload it. I'm going to get an error message. This is because when you reload your browser, the use state is going to reset this value. And now you don't have anything inside this username. You have to back to your root route again, log in with your username and password, and then you will have all your user details. But you will notice right now I don't have anything right inside these text boxes. So what you have to do is you have to add here another property to this Formik. You have to add here enable reinitialize is going to be true. You can see you're going to have your email inside this input text box. And now because you don't have any values inside these input text boxes, you won't get anything here. Now let me show you I can update the user profile. When you click on this update button, it's going to return the user data inside an object. Here we just have the email because we have this value inside this email text box. What if I pass here example 123 and click on update? We have that value inside this first name, right? Now what I want to pass this object to this update user endpoint. So I'm going to back to the profile, scroll down, and right here inside this on submit, just down here, I'm going to call this update user helper function. So back to the profile, at the top right up here, I'm going to say import in the object called update user from / specify helper file, and use this update user right down here, just like this. And don't forget to pass all your values here. And then you have to get this inside a variable. So specify here let update promise is equal to, and then call here a toast. So at the top, I'm going to first import toast, something like this. Copy this toast, specify that right here, dot promise, and then specify your update promise here. And as a second argument, you specify the loading message which is updating. Then you specify the success message in the bold, update successfully. And at the end, you specify the error message in the bold element. Get rid of this console.log right from here, save these changes, back to the profile, and get rid of these console messages. Now, if I reload the browser, I'm going to get an error message. Let me just back to my root route and click on this let's go. When I click on sign in button, it's going to sign in, and I'm going to have my profile picture here. Let me update my first name and last name. If I specify here daily fusion and click on update button, you can see this is going to update my profile. And now if I back to this profile again, you can see I'm going to have my data. But you will notice this is going to remove this profile picture. So what we have to do is, instead of just this file, we can now get this data from the API data. Right here inside this profile, the second fallback value need to be the API data. So you call here API data question mark dot profile, and then the last value is null. That's it. And now let me update this profile picture. So let me select the profile picture and click on update. So this will update the profile picture and set the profile. Now if I back to the home route, click on let's go, click on sign in, you can see I'm going to have all my data inside the profile. Whenever I reload this browser, I'm going to get this error message because Zustand is going to reset this username value. Now to reset that value, I need to back to the username component and then log in the application again. I don't want to do the same thing again and again. So to solve this problem, we can get the user information from this token. Once we get the user information from the token, I can specify that to this profile. Instead of this storage, we can get the user data from the token. Once we get the user information from the token, we can specify that to this useFetch. So let's see how to do it. So I'm going to just first back to the helper.js, and at the top, right up here, I'm going to make a new function to get username from token. So here I'm going to say export async function get username. So here I'm going to say constant token is equal to local storage dot get item, and from the local storage I'm going to get the token just like this. And then if we don't have token, then return promise dot reject, and this is going to return cannot find token. So if we don't have token, then this function is going to return the rejected promise. Otherwise, if we have the token, I'm going to decode this token and get the user information. So to get the user information, you have to install a library called JWT Decode. So just back to your application in the client. Here you have to execute a command called npm I for install JWT Decode. You have to install this library in the React application. Once you install it, close this terminal. At the top here, you have to say import JWT Decode from JWT Decode. So using this library, you can decode the value of the token. So right down here, you can specify here let decode is equal to JWT Decode and pass your token here. Now if I console.log this decode, save the changes, copy this get username and back to your hook right here, and inside this hook let me first import this function at the top. So here I'm going to say import in the object called get username from // and specify here helper and helper.js file. And once you have this get username, you can display that here. So I'm just going to print this username here, something like this. Back to the profile and open the console. You can see now inside the console we have the user ID and username. Now I'm going to have this information from the token. So now once you have your username, so just back to the helper and instead of just console.log, return this decode variable. just like this. Save the changes, back to the fetch hook, and right here you can specify constant. In the object you can just specify username, just like this, and don't forget to call here await. Now this get username is now going to return this username, and we get that username inside this variable and pass that to this axios request. I'm going to say if we don't have the query to this use fetch, then instead of just return, we are going to return a different request. So get rid of this statement right from here, and here I'm going to say if we don't have query, then execute the true block or execute the false block. So I'm going to duplicate this, something like that, and pass here a colon. So you can notice how I specify both these requests here. But instead of API query, now I'm going to copy this username and specify that right here, something like this. So now if we don't have this query to this use fetch, then use this first argument, otherwise use this second argument. Back to the profile, and don't forget to get rid of this query and get rid of this statement as well. Save the changes, back to the profile, and reload it. Yeah, I just misspelled here the API prefix. So I'm going to back to the hook. Right here I need to add API, just like this. Back to the profile and reload it. You can see now you have your profile data, what you want. Now you can reload your browser and you're going to get the same result. And now if I update this address, let's suppose if I update this address to USA, click on update, this is going to update this address. And now if I reload the browser, I'm going to get the same data. Just out of that, creating a logout from the profile component is super easy. What you have to do is you have to just remove the token from the local storage. That's it. So if you scroll down, and here if you create a comment and say logout handler function, and if you create here a function called user logout, and here you can say local storage dot remove item, and just remove the token from the local storage. That's it. And then you have to navigate the user to the root route. Now because I don't have the use navigate right inside this profile, I have to call that. So back to the profile, you can notice right up here I have this React Router DOM with use navigate. I'm going to specify that right here, get rid of this statement, and I don't need this link. I just want to use your use navigate. Copy this, specify that right here, constant navigate is equal to, copy this navigate variable, scroll down, and inside this user logout we pass the navigate and navigate the user to the root route. That's it. And then you have to specify this user logout to this button, this one, to this last logout button right here. You have to call here onClick event and then specify your user logout handler function. That's it. Back to the component and reload it. When you reload it, you're going to get the same data, but when you click on this logout button, you can see now you're successfully logged out. And if you're back to the application, you can see now you don't have a token here. And now if you try to access profile component, then you can still access the profile component. You need to protect this profile route from the unauthorized user. Let me show you how you can protect your route from the unauthorized user. So now you can see you can still access the profile even if you're not the authorized user. You have to back to your app.js, and right here you have to add your protected route. So I'm going to create a new folder inside the client and name that folder middleware. And inside this middleware, I'm going to create a file called auth.js. And inside this file, we are going to create the authorized router. So here, I'm going to create the authorized and the protected middleware and pass that to the app component. So let's first protect this profile from the unauthorized user. So I'm going to back to the auth.js, and here I'm going to say import. In the object, we call navigate from the React Router DOM. And right down here, I'm going to say export constant authorize user is equal to, and then call here a function. And this function is going to return children's. So in the object, we pass children. Keep in mind, you have to specify the same property right inside this curly braces. So we call here children, and right from this function, we say constant token is equal to, we get the token from the local storage dot get item, and here we have the token. We get that inside this variable, and we simply going to say if we don't have token, then execute this if block and return navigate component and navigate the user to the root route, and then replace the URL. So pass here replace true, and if the user is authorized and have a token, then just return children. Just out that, copy this authorized user component, save this file back to the app.js. At the top, you have to first call here a command and say Auth Middleware, and then I'm going to say here import in the object call authorized user dot / specify middleware, and here you have auth file, and then you have to copy this component, scroll down, and you have to paste your component here, something like this, and just grab your profile and paste that right here. I'm using the self-closing tag, so I'm going to get rid of this profile and specify the self-closing tag here, just like this. You can see if I try to access the profile, then I can't access my profile component because now it's protected. Now let me do the same thing for the password as well. So if you click on let's go and open the password component, oops, I think I misspelled something here. Let me just back to the fetch hook.js. Yeah, right here, this statement is going to return an error message because right now we don't have any token. You have to do the same thing. You have to add this condition to this statement as well. You have to say if you don't have a query, then execute this statement. Otherwise, return nothing to this username variable. That's it. Back to the profile, reload this. Now when you click on let's go, here you can see you're going to have your password component. Now if you click on sign in, it's going to successfully sign in, and then you have your token right here. And now if you back to your root route and try to access your profile route, just specify here profile, then you can see you can easily access your profile component because now you're the authorized user, right? So this is how you can easily secure your profile component. Now let's do the same thing for the password component. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to allow user to access this password component only when we have a username. So I'm going to back to the auth.js, and right here I'm going to create another middleware, and I'm going to name this export constant protect route is equal to, and right here I'm going to call the children and return a function. Right inside this function I'm going to say constant username, and we're going to get the username from the use auth store, from the central store. So we say here import use auth store from the store file, and then call this use auth store here, something like that. Then call here dot get state, and this function is going to return the current state, and then return dot auth username. So this statement is going to return the username to this variable. And just out of that, right down here we can say if we don't have the username, then we are going to simply navigate the user to the different route. So we're just going to navigate the user to the root route, and if we have the username, then return the children. Save this file, copy this protect route back to the app, and here don't forget to import that. Right up here you have to import this protect route and then specify that to this password right here. Just copy this password and use this protect route as a wrapper to this password. Don't forget to self close this and get rid of this closing password, something like this. Now if you try to access your password component without the username, so if I type your password, then I can't access my password component. But if I click on this button, now I can access my password component. But if I reload this browser, this will redirect me to the home page again, because this is going to reset the central store and we don't have the username then. And after that, I can't access my password component. So once you understand how to set up the username, password, how you can update the user profile and log out from this application, let's take a look at how you can recover and reset your password. Now, let's take a look at how you can reset your password. If you forget your password, then you can easily recover that using your username. Now, the only requirement to reset the password is your username. You should have to know your username. If any situation you forget your username, then you can check your email and get your username. As you know, when we register with a new account, we are going to send a mail to the user with their username. So the user can easily find their username from the email and recover his password. So let's take a look at how you can recover your password. So what you have to do is, you have to just specify your username and click on Let's Go. Right now, I don't know this password. So you click on this Recover Now button. When you click on this link, you are now redirected to this Recover component. And right from this Recover component, we are going to send the OTP to the user email address. And from that, user can recover their password. So let me just back to the VS Code, close this file, close all the unwanted files right from here. And now let me open the recover.js file. And right from this file, we are going to send the OTP to the user email. So what we need to do is, we need to first get the user name from the store. So here you have to say import. In the object, you have to call use auth store from // specify store, and inside that call the store. Then call use auth store, specify that here. And from that, as you know, you can get your username. Just call state.auth and destructure your username here. So once you have your username, just after that, right down here, I'm going to say constant OTP and set OTP is equal to use state. I'm going to call use state hook of React, and then I'm not going to specify any value here. And just after that, right down here, you can notice you have here the input text box. To this input text box, we're going to pass on change event. So we call here on change. Here we pass the callback function like this with the event parameter, and then we call here set OTP, this function, and we are going to set the value to this variable. So right down here, I'm going to say e.target.value. So this statement is going to set the OTP value to this variable. Just so that when the user load this recover component, we have to generate the OTP and send to his email. So for that, I'm using use effect hook. So I'm going to call here use effect. Don't forget to import that at the top. And here I'm going to say use effect like this. And then to this use effect, don't forget to call the username as a dependency. Just so that here, we need to call the helper function, which is generate OTP. This one. So we need to import that inside this recovery. Right at the top here, we have to say import. In the object, you call generate OTP // specify helper, and inside helper you have helper file. So you get the generate OTP right from this file, and inside this use effect here, you call that generate OTP just like this and specify your username here. Now because this generate OTP is going to take your username, so we pass here username. Just out of that, we call here then, and inside this then, you're going to get the OTP, the generated OTP. And inside this function, you can say if you have OTP, then you can return toast. So let me just add a toast at the top right up here, just like this. And here I can say toast.success, and we send the successful message that OTP has been sent to your email. And just out of that, if there is a problem in the OTP, we're going to return a toast with error message, and I'm going to say problem while generating OTP. And now if you open this generate OTP helper function, then we'll notice here we're going to first generate the OTP, store that inside this code, and then using this if statement, we are going to send a mail with the OTP. So we are going to just make a post request using this register mail, and then specify the username, user email, and I'm going to return the OTP with this statement. you can notice we are going to send the OTP to the user email. So once the user get the OTP from his email, so when the user click on this recover button, we are going to verify the user OTP and redirect him to the reset page. So let's see how to do it. So scroll up, just out of this use effect, right down here, create a sync function with the name on submit. And here you pass the event parameter and then say event.prevent default. Just remove the default execution of the form using this statement. And then here you have to call await verify OTP, this function. Just copy it, and at the top right up here you have to call the verify OTP function. You have to first import it, and right down here you call verify OTP, then specify your OTP. As you know, you have your OTP inside this variable, but this verify OTP is going to take the username as well. So you first call the username here and then call the OTP. So as you know, this is going to get the code as a property. So you first call here code OTP, just like this. And let me just get a status right from this HTTP request. So we get the status, and if the status is equal to 201, then execute this if block. And here I'm going to say toast.success verify successfully. And then down here I'm going to return and navigate the user to the different route. So at the top, let me first import. So we're going to first import here use navigate from React router DOM. Just copy this, specify that right here, just like this, and then say constant navigate is equal to, use this navigate hook to navigate the user to the different route. So we call here return navigate and navigate the user to the reset route. And if there is a problem in the status, if we don't have the 201 status, then we're going to return the toast with error, and the error message is wrong OTP. Check email again. That's it. Just out of that, you have to call this on submit. So just scroll down, and here you have to call on submit handler function, this one. And at the end, right down here, you can also notice here we have a button to resend the OTP. So let me just create this button as well. So at the top, let me first create the handler function of resend OTP. So here I'm going to say function resend OTP, just like this. And here I'm going to say let send promise is equal to generate OTP, and then I'm going to pass the username here. Just out of that, here I'm going to call toast.promise, and inside this toast.promise, here I'm going to call send promise, this promise, and as a second argument, here I'm going to pass an object, and I'm going to first specify the loading message, which is sending. Then I'm going to call the success message. So here I'm going to call in the bold OTP has been sent to your email, and after that I'm going to return the error message, bold element right here. I'm going to say could not send it. That's it. And at the end, right down here, I'm going to say set promise dot then get the OTP, and I'm going to just console.log it. Now let me just copy this console.log and paste that right up here to see the generated OTP. And back to your username, reload the browser, click on let's go, and now click on recover now. When you click on it, you will get here a message, OTP has been sent to your email, and this is your OTP. You have to copy this OTP, specify that to this text box, and when you click on this recover, it's going to recover the OTP. So this is going to call this submit function, this one, and redirect you to the reset page. So if I click on recover, you can see now I'm going to redirect to the reset page. Let me just back to the recover page, and then I'm going to specify this resend OTP to this button. So here I'm going to call on click and pass this resend OTP here, just like this. Save the changes. Now back to your home route. Let me just click on let's go and click on recover now. Now this is going to send the email to your register user email, and you're going to have this OTP inside your email. If you're not able to get your email, you can resend the OTP by clicking on this resend button. When you click on it, oops, I think I misspelled something. Let me restart this application again. You're going to get your OTP here inside the console, and if you click on resend, this is going to return the error message. Let me solve this. Because you have your button inside a form, I think. Yeah, that's right. We have this button inside this form. So this button is going to resend this form when we click on it. So get rid of this button right from here and put that just after this form. Something like this. Back to the browser and now open the root route. And now let me first specify the username. Click on record now. And this is going to send the email to your register email address, and you will get this OTP there. But if somehow you will not able to get your OTP, then you can click on this button, resend OTP. So just click on resend. So this is going to resend the OTP to your email. You can see. So once you have this OTP, just copy it and specify that right here. Let's suppose if I specify the wrong OTP. If I specify here the post OTP and click on recover, I'm going to get an error message here. But if I specify a valid OTP here like this, then I'm going to navigate to the reset route. Now when the OTP is not valid, then I wanted to display here a toast. Let's suppose if I specify here a wrong OTP and click on recover, instead of this message, I want to display here the error toast. I'm going to back to the submit right here. I'm going to add here try and catch block, just like this. And inside this catch, I'm going to grab this statement, specify that here, and grab this statement and specify that inside this try block, just like this. So if there is the invalid OTP, then I'm going to get this error message. And now when I click on let's go and click on recover now, I can get the OTP right inside this console. So this is the OTP. Copy it and specify that here. But this time, instead of the correct OTP, I'm going to specify here a wrong OTP. Click on recover. You can see I'm going to get here a message, wrong OTP, check email again. Just like that. If I click on resend, this is going to resend the OTP, and I'm going to have my OTP here. Just copy it, specify the OTP here, and click on the recover button. When I click on it, I can now redirect to the reset route. And now I can reset my password. Now, once you understand how you can get the OTP and redirect the user to the reset route, let me show you how you can get this OTP inside an email. So just open a new tab and search here for Ethereal email. Click on this website and create a new Ethereal account. Right from here, you can copy this testing account back to your server. Inside this config.js, you have to specify this email here and this password. Just copy it and specify this password here. Save this file, close this config, and you have to register your email again. Just first open the mailbox. This is your mailbox. You just have the default mail here. So now if you back to your app, and right now, if you click on let's go, you're going to get this error message. User does not exist because you don't have the user right now. Let's create a new user. Click on register now. Select the profile image. And now when you click on register, it's going to register the user with this email, this username and password. When I click on it, you can see it's going to create a new user and send an email to this Ethereal email. Now if I reload this, you can see you're going to get here an email, sign up successfully. And this is going to show you your username. So now anytime you forget your username, you can open your email and get your username. Just out of that, let's suppose we forget the password. We click on let's go, and right now we forget this password. We click on this recover now button to recover the password, and this is going to send a mail to the email address. You can see now when you reload this, here you have the password recovery OTP. Click on it, and this is your OTP of this recover password. You can see, specify the OTP here and click on recover. This is going to redirect you to the reset page. And now from this page, you can reset your password. So now what you have to do is you have to back to your recovery page, get rid of all the console messages. Right from here, just get rid of this console message. So now you're only going to get your OTP inside your email. So just back to your recovery page. And this is going to send the OTP to your email. You won't get any OTP inside your console. So if you're back to your email, open it. Here is your OTP. You can see. And now if you want to resend your OTP, you can click on this resend button. So this is going to resend your OTP and send a mail to your email address. Recover password OTP. Click on it. And this is your new OTP. Copy it. So if you try to use your previous OTP, this one, you'll get the error message, right? You have to specify the latest OTP. You just need to check your latest email, copy your OTP, and then specify that right here. When you click on recover, you can see now you can reset your password. Now at the end, let's take a look at how you can reset your password with this reset component. And we also need to protect this route as well. Now let's take a look at how you can reset the password using this reset window. So first, we are going to reset the password, and then I'm going to show you how you can protect this route from the unauthorized user. So I'm going to just back to the reset.js file, and right here inside this onSubmit, you're going to get this object as a response. Back to the reset and click on reset. You can see you're going to get password and confirm password. We're going to back to the helper.js, and right down here you have here the reset password function, this one. We're going to use this reset password helper function to reset the password. So I'm going to back to the reset.js. At the top, right up here, you need to say import in the object you call reset password from // specify helper and the helper file. And then you call this reset password right here. So you're simply going to scroll down, get rid of this console.log, and here you say let reset promise is equal to reset password. And then with this reset password, as you know, you need to specify the username and your new password. So just specify here the username in the object. You call the username here. Now because inside this reset, you don't have your username, you need to call your central store. So at the top, right up here, you have to say import in the object called use auth store from the store file. And this is going to return the username. So specify here use store. In the state, you have state.auth, and this is going to return the username. So we destructure the username right from this use auth store. So once you have the username, just copy it and then specify that right here. And then you have to specify your password here. So pass your comma and say password values dot password. Just out of that, once you specify the password, I'm going to call toast right up here. So I'm just going to say here toast, copy this toast, specify that right here, something like this, and then say dot promise and call this reset promise here, this one. And as a second argument, I'm going to pass an object and say loading, then specify the loading message, which is updating. Then I'm going to specify the success message in the bold element, reset successfully. And after that, I'm going to return the error. So in the B element right here, I'm going to say could not reset. That's it. Just out of that, right down here, once we successfully reset the password, we can redirect the user to the home route. But just for now, let me save the changes, back to the reset, and here I'm going to change this password to admin1234. When I click on reset, you can see this is going to reset the password. Now I can log in with this password. So just out of this toast, right down here, I'm going to say reset promise dot then call here a function, and inside this function I'm going to redirect the user to the password component. So at the top, right up here, I'm going to say import in the object called use navigate from the React Router DOM. Copy this, specify that here, and create here navigate variable. So specify this use navigate hook to this navigate, copy it, and specify that right here, and navigate the user to the password route. And now if I click on reset, I'm going to get here an error message. The reason behind this is if you back to the controller of your backend server, then you will notice when you scroll down, we are going to change this reset session to false when we successfully update the password. You can notice. And that is why we successfully reset the password and try to reset the password again, we are going to get this error message. So let's back to the root route and see the password is updated or not. So select your username. This is your password. Click on sign in. You can see you're going to get this error message, password not matched. Here you have to specify your reset password, admin1234. Click on sign in. There we go. Now this is your password. Now so for that, click on logout, clear this console, and click on let's go. And just for that, what I want to protect this reset route. So now if you open the reset route, then you can easily access this, right? You can't change the password, but still you can access this route. What I want to protect this route from the unauthorized user. I'm going to back to my server, open the app controller, and right down here inside my app, minimize the reset password. And you can notice here, we have a controller here, create reset session. So if we have the valid session, so instead of resetting the session, I'm going to just return the status 201 send, and I'm going to send this session variable. So I'm going to copy this and specify that right here. So I'm going to return the flag with this session value. Let me get it out of this statement right from here, just like this. So now when there is a valid session, I'm going to have true inside this statement. Let me save the changes, back to the client, open the reset password. So I'm going to open the reset.js, and right up here, I'm going to import the use fetch hook. So at the top, in the reset, here I'm going to say import use fetch from // specify hooks, and inside that we have fetch hook. I'm going to access this hook, just copy it, and then specify that right down here. And just for that, you have to specify the query here. So if you back to your hook, open the fetch hook, then you will notice when you have your query, then this is going to execute this axios statement. So just after this API, you're going to have your query. And inside this query, I'm going to call this route. If you back to the server, I'm going to call this create a reset session route. Let me copy this, and I'm going to call that right here inside this reset session right here in the single quote, just like this. And now, as you know, this is going to return constant array, and inside this array we have an object. I'm going to get that object is loading, then I'm going to have API data, and then I'm going to have the server error. We are going to destructure all these properties here, and just after that, I'm going to open the password.js, scroll down, copy this loading and error if statement, and specify that right here. And just after that, I'm going to call here use effect, and inside this use effect, I'm going to console.log the API data. Now just after that, when there is a valid request from this use fetch, you can get a status right here. You can call here a property called status, and inside this you're going to get 201 status code. So if there is a valid request, you will get true inside this API data and 201 status code inside this status. Let me just get rid of this, and right down here I'm going to say if the status is not equal to 201, then return and navigate the user to the home route. So at the top, let me first add navigate component, copy it, scroll down. Here I'm going to specify that navigate component just like this, and then specify here to password. I'm going to redirect the user to the password component, and then specify here replace true. And just after that, you also need to add here another condition that we only execute this if statement when we have the status. Otherwise, I don't want to execute this if statement. So here I'm going to say status ampersand just like this. So now if both conditions return true, then I'm going to redirect the user to the password route. The reset component is now successfully protected. Back to the component, and now reload the browser. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to first reset my password and then try to access the reset password component again. So let me just click on let's go, click on recover password. This is going to send a mail to my email account. You can see, open your email, copy your OTP, then specify that here. When I click on recover, now I can reset my password right from here. I'm going to reset my password to admin 12345. So I'm going to add that password and click on reset. Once I reset, I'm going to redirect to the password field. Now if I try to use my previous password and click on sign in, I'm going to get this error message that the password not matched. And if I use my current password, which is 4 and 5, click on sign in, you can see now I'm successfully signed in my account. Now let me close. Now let me log out. Now let me just access the reset route again. If I click on reset, you can see I'm going to get here an error message that request failed with the status code 404. If you try to access your reset component again, you can't access that, because if you back to the controller, inside this reset password, we just specify the reset value false when we update the password. So if you want to update your password again, you have to first set up your username, click on recover now, and get the OTP inside your email and verify it. So let me just click on recover now. So this will send the OTP inside my email. I'm going to get this OTP, copy it, specify that here, click on recover. You can see now I can update my password. So I'm going to just back to my previous password, click on reset. This is going to reset my password. And now if I try to access the reset route, then you can see I can't access it. And my password is now updated. So if I click on let's go, click on sign in, you can see now I can access my profile with my old password. And now if you want, you can update your profile. That's upon you by clicking on this update button. Now if you reload your browser, you're going to still have your data. Now at the end, the last thing we need to do is we have to create the MongoDB Atlas cluster. So just log in into MongoDB Atlas and create a new project. And inside a new project, create a new cluster and connect that cluster to your backend database. So let me just first create a new project here. Click on new project and name this project YouTube login on. And then I'm going to click on next button. I'm going to leave everything as it is. Click on create project. This will take some time to create this project. Inside this, I'm going to create a new cluster. Click on build a database, create a new cluster. So choose the share version, the free version of the cloud database. Click on create and just scroll down. If you want, you can choose the name to your cluster using this option. I'm going to leave everything as it is and click on create cluster. Just after that, here you have to specify username and password. So I'm simply going to specify here admin, and password is going to be admin123. So this is my password. Let me just create this user. Just after that, scroll down, and here you have to add your IP address. I'm going to add my IP address right from this section. Click on network access, click on add IP address, and I'm going to choose allow access from anywhere. Click on confirm. This will take some time and this will update the status with active. We have the active status here. Just back to the database access. Here we have read write to the database. Just after that, you have to back to the database, click on connect, and right from here you have to click on this connect your application. Copy this URL back to the project, and in the server right here, as you know, you have this config.js file. right inside this file, I'm going to create here Atlas URI, and then I'm going to specify this URL here. You have to change this password. I'm going to specify here admin123, my username password here. Let me just save the changes, copy this Atlas URI, back to the database, open the connection.js file, and instead of this statement, now I'm going to say constant db is equal to await mongoose.connect, and instead of this get URI, I'm going to get the URI from the config file. So I'm going to say here import env from specify config.js file, and from the .env I can access my MongoDB Atlas URL. So I'm going to say here env.atlas URL. Save the changes, and now if you open your terminal, then you will see you have the database connected message. Just close this, back to my application, and now if you try to access this user, then you will get error message because right now we don't have this user. So let me just register this user. Click on register now and create this user with the profile picture. Click on register. So now once we successfully register, we can then click on let's go sign in with the username and password. There we go. We have all the data of the user here. And now if you back to the MongoDB database, in the collection, you have your user here. You can notice. And now if you want to update this value, you can just back to your profile. Here, you can specify daily tuition. You can specify your address here and click on update. When you click on update, it's going to update your data. So if you back to your MongoDB database, refresh it, you can notice you're going to have your address, first name, last name, and mobile number. So this is going to successfully update this data. And now if you want, you can reset your password by clicking on this recover now button. So if you click on recover now, then this is going to send a mail to your email. Just copy the OTP, specify that here, reset your password. So I'm going to specify here password just like this and click on reset button. And if you try to access your profile with the previous password, then you will get an error message. You have to specify the updated password here and click on sign in. You have your data here. So we successfully created this complete login system using MERN Stack. So I hope you understand how to work with login system using MERN Stack. You can download this project from the link provided in the description. If you find anything useful, make sure to press the like button, share this video with your friends, subscribe for more latest videos. That is all for now. I will see you in the next one.